Hello! How's everybody doing? That should be good there. I'm doing some printing. I'm behind. I have all the parts to build the frame except for the 3D printed ones. So I need to get my ass to work. Oh, I need to get my ass into a live channel. There we go. Safe. So I'm just getting everything ready to get this print going. That's not the greatest camera angle up there. I'll have one from the side anyway. Alright. So yeah. Just setting up a few things. I guess we can just go ahead and get the print started. Honestly, that's a good enough angle for the top corner. So I just need the URL for this. Where is... What's the address of this camera? Probably under network. Nope. I know the IP of the camera directly. Ah, here we are. Streaming URL. There it is. 88. It's just the IP followed by 8081. Okay. I don't know if that's going to copy paste. Nope. That's fine. I guess for now, we can get started. There we go. Primary. Oh, also, that should be on screen. Number didn't go up, right? No, okay. Alright, so here's what I'm looking at printing. This is a side piece. There's actually two side pieces. I think that's left, so this would be right. Arrange all models. Oh. So that's what we're printing. Except what we're... I think we're doing them both... Yeah, we're doing them both at once. So actually I think we're printing them exactly like that. It's two side pieces of the LCD holder. I'm printing all the PLA parts first. I have a few pieces that I want to print out of ABS or PTG. I might try nylon. Might try nylon. But this is our print. So it's already saved. It's already on the printer. So I just need to go connect the printer up. I'll be back. Well, I'll be over here. Actually, you know what? This is... Hold on. Before I get to that, let me do a thing here and set up this other camera. And you can at least see me hook that up. And we're gonna do it under raw captions. Yeah, raw caption. Preview editor. There we go. Oh, no. I know which one I want to edit. Print job. Silly me. Preview editor. Add a source, and we'll add a video stream. Where is that? What if you can add... I'm adding it as a website, but I wonder if you could just add it directly as a video stream. Ah, well, whatever. I'll have to type it all in manually. Copy it cross computer. For some reason, my Synergy is not sharing my clipboard like it normally should be. That's it. Is it working? It's not working. It's working on this computer? Hold on. I'm having a camera issue. Yeah, the feed's not even opening. Huh. Well, that's a bummer. Oh, I think I might know the problem. Feels like nothing on that battery, huh? Absolutely another problem. This thing's just not on. Yeah, can't reach the page. What can I do to give this thing power? I have a plan. It's kind of weird. It involves me taking this tablet thing I have. So there are no exposed ports. That's a bummer. Alright. Just need to find a long power cable then, I think. If I want to do this. Suspension. Huh. Wow. Well. I think I have another power bank here I could use. Sure. Since my phone won't be charging. Oh well. I can charge my phone later. Alright. That camera should be coming up in just a minute. But also, why can't I... Oh, I hit it. I hit it. I just wanted to show me plugging in a thing. Oh, there we go. Should be working over here now, too. Refresh that. Yeah! It's kind of dark. It's not a very good camera, so that makes sense. Let's aim it a bit better. What's that? I mean, could be worse. does show my messy workspace. That's the important part. Crop the image a bit. Uh-oh. Should have got this set up beforehand. But then what fun would that be? Why did you zoom in like that? Well, I think it's because I'm clicking on it. Ooh, neat. Alright. I've got it figured out. There it is. Oh, I haven't saved and switched to it yet. Hold on. Gotta save it. How do I now push live, right? Haha! Cool. So what I need to do now is plug in the printer to our little print server that we're using, Octoprint. So I'll do that. Find the cable. It's over here. And that plugs right in here to our board over here. Turn it on as well. So now I can just walk away from that. I don't need that anymore. It's unrequired. And real fast over here. Look, it was me setting up the camera. But where we want to be is here. We want to connect to our A8. Do I have the other printers here? I don't even have the other profiles. Since I wiped this, I've only ever used the A8 with it. Alright, so we're connected to the printer now. We want the LCD sides, which is the G-code we were looking at here. The two sides for the LCD panel. This is for the time lapse, which I am compiling all together, and I'm making a video that I want to include every single print for this project, all in one time lapse. Or in this sequence of time lapse all in a row. Incorrect order. And I'm being held to my idea extra hard because I'm using this rainbow filament. And if I were to get any of the parts out of sequence in the time lapse, you'd notice the color not being correct because as you print, the gradient is changing. My clown shoes rainbow filament. Alright, well we're heating up now. On this screen we're basically just going to watch the blue line go to the blue line, and then the red line is going to go all the way up to about 200. This lets me know our time-lapse software is running. Time to follow the print job. So you can see that red light underneath. That's the bed heater letting. There's an indicator for it. It's a red light. That's telling me the bed is going full bore right now. I'm just grooving out to this music. Love it. A little bit of retro game music is always awesome. A little bit of background. I should have faded it out a long time ago, but I guess I faded it out quite a bit. You guys can probably barely hear it. Maybe you can hear it a ton. I don't know. I lost track of my audio settings a long time ago. I used to care about stuff like that. And honestly, if we were gaming, maybe I would a bit more, but tonight is a doing things night. Today, production value takes a backseat to being productive. Production takes a backseat to productivity. Now I get to listen to the whine of the printer. Wow, wow, wow. It does make good noises. So, where are we on the heating process? We got a little while to go. This is my my document for tracking all the printing. It tracks a lot of numbers, some correctly, some less correctly. Like the cost here is probably on the low end of an estimate, and that's material cost only. If I want to figure out like the total cost, I'd have to figure out how long I was printing for, figure out the power for that, which is like about 3 cents an hour, so it's not too bad. And then the total cost comes from multiplying the total weight versus the various static values down here, basically. So if I look at, let's say, the cost for printing the Z rod holder on the right side, see the equation is a really wild, crazy equation that checks a bunch of things and then figures out the cost. So what it does is it first checks this material here, or this row here, column here called material, and sees what material I'm making it out of, whether it be ABS, TPU, or PLA. And then takes how many I need, which is column C here, and then multiplies the price of that material, which it gets from down here from these static values, and multiplies the weight times the amount times the price. I think that's all right. Did I actually do that? I think I might be missing a step now that I think about it. J8. We are missing a step. We're missing a pretty big step. We're not multiplying it by the amount of parts that we're printing. Well, I'll fix that. I will fix that. So this is wildly low, which I thought it was wildly low, considering we've been printing for 56 hours. And so far, this is mostly just stuff we've already printed, except for these 3 LCD parts. Hey, hun.
Hey, you got her up?
Yep. I'll put her over there. All right, so we're probably getting pretty close to temperature. Yeah, we got a little while. Let's switch to the camera print job stuff while I go ahead and I'm gonna fix this equation. How do I remove the equation from all of these?
Hey, is this the real First Friday?
Is what with the first Friday? Who?
So is this the real First Friday? Because it's Thursday before Good Friday.
Good First Friday is I think what you mean to say. Yes, it's Good First Friday. All right, so on my side, I'm just working on an Excel code, which is just need to do times the amount, which is C2, then times. Okay, so I gotta add that to each of the others. Times C2 times C2. Okay. Suggested autofill the formula. Yes. That's a bit better. And yeah, it only doubled the amount of money because the parts are pretty cheap to print, but it's now up to $31. And yeah, the equations are all correct. Yeah, they're correct. How are things going over there? I didn't put any new glue down, but I'm sure it'll be fine. See the glue from the last print. So, the remote camera on the left is probably going to be... Ooh, is everything okay? Hard to tell from this angle. But it's probably a little delayed. It's a wireless camera. Running on a Pi Zero, so... And just so you know, there's a camera in that corner right there. Looking at the printer.
Where?
Down the corner of the shelf at the top.
Oh, it's all enclosed and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Wasn't noticing because of that. I wanted to show you this.
Oh, here, go look at this printer. Give me a sec. That looks crazy, whatever it is. Oh.
Sheesh.
We're okay. Alright. What are you showing me? Spinning blades, something. Super beta?
It just looks like it's really going slow because it's synced up to the camera shutter. Must be, because look how fast it's slicing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's trippy.
A tip that you might look at that would let you know that it's not going slow is the blades look like they're like shimmering.
Yeah.
That's because you're seeing multiple blades in that position at one time. Yeah, that's definitely some frame rate synchronization. And just showing me his zucchini getting chopped up. I don't know if she's trying to send me some message or something. So that little
it's
bit.
Not a hippity hoppity weekend. It's a bibbity boppity.
Bobbity?
Bobbits.
That little bit of squirrely extrusion there that looks kind of messy in the corner, that was on the brim, so we're okay. Or skirt, I should say. Skirt. There are a couple of parts of this that I'm just sort of hoping work. Fuck. Aha! I gotta pause this, I think. There is no part cooling fan on this right now. I should be able to pause, put on the fan, and resume it though.
Yeah.
Pause. Give it a second to finish whatever it's doing right now. Cool. Move the head up. I mean, that's good enough. I'll get this on there. Important to put on your part cooling. Where is it? Important to know where your part cooling is. Ah, here it is. It's important. Okay. Ugh. Didn't like that. My ring just caught on the frame. Why a lot of electric and electronics people don't wear their rings while they do stuff like this. Right. Why are you going so slow, printer? Are you gonna kick off or and mess with the feed rate at all? Why is it going so slow? There we go. All right. And sorry, so the reason I thought about part cooling right there and sort of had that moment where I was like, oh yeah, crap. It's because there's a couple bridges on this that we have to deal with, and I didn't put any support on. So if you look at it, like these top holes, they need to bridge. They'll probably be fine, but they need to bridge. And then inside the structure, these little holes here also need to bridge on the top of them, but there's also these flat bits right there. These holes are capped, which means the lids to these holes are just floating there. Like if I go up to there, check out underneath, they're just floating there. So I need to be able to bridge them. And without my part cooling fan, those wouldn't bridge very nice. I think because I'm using PLA, which is a notoriously easy material to print with, that should be fine. If worst case scenario, I add a few more failed prints to the old spreadsheet, which currently there's only one. I got a fail on the Z motor mount for the left side, which I screwed up. I shouldn't have even had that one fail because I had basically a failed print, but it was good enough. But then I tried again for some stupid reason. I don't know why I tried again. And that failure is a result of me trying again when the original part is perfectly functional. It's missing a few layers on the top. I don't know if you guys followed my story about the jam, but we had like a wicked jam. Wicked jam. My tube in my heat break is just mangled. It's disgusting. I think I might have a picture of it around here soon or somewhere. Hold on. I wonder if I can drag it out of Discord. Then I posted it in Discord. Oh, I can't drag it out of Discord. I can save it though. Can I save it? I said save. Alright, there you go. And downloads? Sure. Downloads is a good place as any to save it.
Yeah.
Downloads. Burnt. This is the PTFE tube from inside of my heat break. Look at that thing. It's destroyed. The black.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
At least the head's fine, right?
Oh, everything else is fine. Like the black, whatever, that's a problem. Not a big problem. The big problem is right here where it gets all squished in and like deformed. It wouldn't let filament through. It jammed bad. So I replaced the tube. Well, I patched the tube. I have a replacement tube that just arrived earlier today. Yeah, earlier today, I think. So I have a tube that I can replace the tube completely. But I patched it, and that's what's running right now is the patch. And it seems to be fine. The reason I patched it instead of just replacing it is because every little piece of tube I have was pre-cut for a different printer, which is about a centimeter too short for this printer. So I cut the bad part out and then cut another piece, a longer piece of one of the other pieces to piece in there to patch the gap. But that's extra because I'm now there's now a new ledge in there that will cause extra resistance. And I don't want that extra resistance. So when I get a chance, I'm going to tear the head apart again and fucking put the new Teflon tube in. These printers. They're a lot of fun. They're a lot of work, but they're a lot of fun. Wait, I'm excited to get this thing put together. I just need all these case parts. I also need like $30 to pick up a roll of either PETG or ABS is what's recommended. I'm thinking about trying it with nylon, although I feel like nylon's gonna be too flexible. I did a test part and I printed it out of solid nylon, 100% infill, and the part seems like it won't break, but it will certainly like bend. I don't know.
So it's the bed that moves on this one.
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
just
Says,
side
hey,
to side.
Sammy says fuck you.
hey, Sammy. Yeah. On 3 out of 4 of my printers, the bed moves. The bed moves on the y-axis.
Yeah.
On all of them, because they're all like basically Prusa i3 clones. It's 2 A8s, 2 different varieties of A8s, and then an Ender 3, and those are all basically based on the Prusa i3. Which, yeah, in that design, the y-axis is the bed, the x-axis is the head moving back and forth, and then the z-axis is controlled by a threaded rod or two.
Is that a heated bed as well?
Yes.
Ooh.
All of my printers have heated beds. Can't think of, yeah.
The little clips that you have to hold the glass plate on too.
Yep, minder clips. It's just the easiest thing. It slightly reduces like your bed like landscape a little bit, but yeah. You're really worried you can move the clips around, right? Like put them elsewhere. They don't need to be at the 4 corners, but
I'm
Sammy
surprised
says
we don't
Matt
have
has
any on the
done
left or
dying
right
yet.
to
not yet.
just negate that glass shifting from left to right.
Hmm? Yeah, it doesn't shift. It's pretty stuck on there at this point.
Yeah.
When I go to separate them, I'm going to take those clips off, and then I'm going to have to jam like some stuff between the 2 layers, because like I'm sure like adhesives and stuff have probably seeped around the edge of the glass and got between the aluminum and the glass on the edges at least. You know what I mean? That bed has been on that sheet of aluminum for a long time. I rarely take it off. In fact, I don't know that I've ever taken it off.
Take it off, clean it up, and just flip it over.
Yeah, well, I would do that if I printed with like ABS. I'd probably want to take it off for multiple reasons, like to allow like to get parts off of it, to clean it, to do all kinds of stuff. But because it's glass and I print in mostly PLA and TPU and nylon, it's really easy for me to just pull my parts off, you know? Because glass, like nothing sticks to it like that well once it cools down. If I clean the glue off of it, because it's covered in PVA right now, which is like glue stick. It's covered in glue stick, polyvinyl acetate. But if I cleaned that, literally parts snap off of it as the bed cools. Like when the bed's hot, it is amazing bed adhesion, and then when the bed cools down, just the parts just fall off of it. It's so amazing. Now, to mitigate any issues I might have with bed adhesion, just in case, I'm using the PVA. Because it's rare, but every once in a while a corner might pop, and then if a corner pops, it starts curling, it ruins an entire print, or makes me have to restart the print. Either way, it sucks. So I've just decided, as much as I could probably trust the glass in 90 more, like, most situations I can just trust the glass. I'd rather mitigate the couple of times that it's not going to work, you know? I want to minimize waste. I didn't buy a 3D printer to throw a whole bunch of plastic into the fucking recycling and trash systems of the world. I wanted to reduce my my wastage. It's more for like, you know, repairing things, buying less, consuming less was the idea. And honestly, it's worked a little bit that way. Yeah, I've repaired a few dishwashers here and there, and you know what I mean? Like, that has happened. You know, or a few fridge doors or clips for somebody's, like, car side panels or something like that. Which, Yeah, I guess long run I'd probably save. But it would be really easy to be extremely wasteful with 3D printing. I worry about it. I actually want to get into recycling my plastic. I do have waste because I use even the waste from a skirt, which is just a couple little lines of plastic to prime the nozzle. You could recover that and use it again, melt it down. We're working with thermal plastics here. It's very easy to recycle them. I just don't have the kit. And to get the kit, it's like at least like $4 grand for a jank kit, 10 grand for I think something that you're gonna get that's gonna be consistent, and and that's for like full recycling from like base material into new filament, right?
Sammy says so the next project is the recycling, right?
It could be, but I'm gonna have to like email them and see if they'll be willing to like subsidize it via a promotional deal because there's a company that I'm looking at that or a company, an organization I should say, they're like an org for helping to, they're a lot about environmentalism, but they deal with a lot of recycling plastic stuff, and you could download their designs and build them yourself, but honestly I don't, you need real metal workshop to do it, like milling machines and stuff to build these machines. So they are open source machines, but I think it would just be way easier just to buy them from them directly. Unless somebody with a metal, like a completely decked out metal shop wants to help me with the project. Because we need a plastic shredder, right? And then we need, well, basically then we just need a filament extruder. It's not that bad.
Yeah. You have to like make sure it's, you know, suitable or not suitable, but structurally sound if you're shooting as filament.
Yeah, that's all built into the filament extruder that we like. I'd want one with like a filament diameter sensor and stuff because what's the point of making? You're just wasting electricity at that point. If the filament doesn't work in a 3D printer, you're gonna re-chop it up and remelt it. So at that point, you're just wasting electricity. You might as well spend a little bit of extra money, get a sensor that lets you know if your filament is coming out the right diameter, and then waste less time, less electricity, for a little bit of initial cost. For the environment, it's worth a little bit of initial cost. Actually, yeah. Nah, waste is a huge. I always worry about just general, not even with just 3D printer, but with everything. I worry about waste, and I'm horrible, like everybody else in North America. I create a lot of waste that is just unnecessary. Even ordering parts for this 3D, the super printer, the parts that we had to order, they all came in baggies and plastic, and then that came inside of an Amazon like bubble wrap packaging. Like, no, it's a lot of packaging and
A lot
stuff.
of plastic you could reusing.
Yeah, I don't know if I could.
Yeah, when I ordered my SIM card, I got one of those fucking huge plastic envelopes. The SIM card thing was like maybe the size of like a postcard. They could have just sent me it in a letter, but no, they had to fucking put it in a big old plastic thing.
That's kind of how we roll. It's the modern age. So I'm just trying to mitigate it as much as possible. I know it's
Yeah.
Sammy says it's kinda hard to reduce waste from shipping on an international scale, really.
right. It really is. I don't airship anything. I always ship on boat, which is slightly better. But yeah,
And if
it's
something's
bad.
the size of a postcard, why can't they just send it in a letter?
It's a sim. Why can't they just eSIM you? Like,
Yeah. Well, I
why do
need
they
the
need to do anything?
for my phone because it's 2G.
Yeah, nah. And I get it. It's like you can't go crazy with this stuff because you will go literally crazy. It's nuts how much we could reduce if we really but we'd have to like fight the system constantly. And yeah, you're gonna have to go search. You're gonna have to buy like your food, even your food. You're gonna have to try to find people to buy from who don't overpackage, and you know, that's farmers
Good.
basically. Get to the
I
farmers market.
saw, what was it? You know those 6-pack plastic rings
Yeah,
that everyone's like cut up? I saw someone make some cardboard ones.
that's awesome.
And there's also like the cardboard bread clips as well.
That's probably the best case, because like, let's be real, cardboard's probably it's very recyclable, but even after it's done being recycled, we can use it for a lot of things. Like we can mulch it, we can just compost it, we can burn it. You know what I mean? And it's a renewable resource. Should probably be using a lot more cardboard.
But just the fact that they're starting to use more cardboard and stuff like that, which is nice.
Except for straws. I mean, I get it.
Except for straws.
I fucking get it. But we've all been there, right? Like, I don't want to chug my drink. Can't you just, like, make it out of wax? Like, fully impregnate it with wax all the way? Like, I get that won't work for hot drinks, but for cold drinks, you know? I get it. It makes
Or
it
just,
not...
you know,
It makes it so you can't recycle it anymore. But at least it's less damaging garbage, right? The garbage
or you
factor.
know, just get those lids that you just sip out of.
Yeah, sippy lids like coffee.
Yeah.
Of course, those lids
Wait,
are
no.
plastic.
They'll still be plastic. But
Yeah.
you won't have straws and shit like that anymore.
What's interesting is, and this might have changed, but for years, fast food places have never been able to take anything back over the counter, right? Once they hand something over to the counter to you,
Use metal straws.
they can't take it back because of, like, you know, health and safety reasons or whatever, right? Like, try to hand something back to somebody through a drive-through window, and yeah, they'll just be like, you keep it. But one seemingly weird exception is here in Ontario, at least last time I checked, which would have been a few years ago, you could hand them a mug that you bought there, that you took home, and who knows what you've done with, and they would take it and fill it with coffee. Behind the counter. I wonder if there was like some special exemption they had to do that. Or if all the other companies are just talking shit and there is no health and safety, like they can take stuff back over the counter. Let's be realistic. They can take money over the counter, and that's probably the dirtiest shit in the world.
Like, and all the cocaine and other shit that's on money.
It just touches everything, right?
Yeah.
It's something that we handle, like with our hands, which means literally anything could be on it. But yeah, I do remember reading about
Straws.
they did a test about like, and they found cocaine on like most of the money, like a high percentage or something like that. I don't remember the actual numbers because this would have been years ago. But yeah, I remember hearing about that like most money has cocaine on it. We
They
should have
go
made
metal straws and metal containers.
yeah. My coffee
Metal
cup.
sippy cup.
My coffee cup is metal. Which is basically a sippy cup. Yeah. It's even anti-spill. It's an anti-spill sippy cup. That is my coffee cup. I love it.
Alright, it's dinner time. I'll be back.
All right. Enjoy your dinner. The environment's important. We shouldn't take it for granted. Seems like we're finally realizing that. Alright, so I did the top pieces. Belt tensioner. Y block. Top corner plate. Okay. looking at my sheet and just making sure we have pretty much everything printed that I need. Otherwise, so we're missing the Y belt block, the Y tensioner, and the Y motor mount. And the reason I'm missing those ones is because they're flagged to be printed in ABS. I don't have any ABS, so I was thinking I could print them in PETG, but I don't have any PETG. So I mentioned earlier I thought about nylon, but I don't think nylon's appropriate. I think I think I just need to find the money somewhere to buy a roll of PETG. I don't want to print in ABS. ABS is gross. Yuck. Yuck ABS. The build guides, the build guide recommends ABS for PETG. Alright, what does a roll of PETG cost? PETG. About $25 on sale. I've never used Overture before, I don't think. 32 to get the eSun brand, which is the brand I like. They're kind of expensive, but they're good. That's a bit expensive. Okay. Some Polymaker here. You know what? This has 4.5 stars with 8,000 reviews, and I'm pretty sure it's Amazon's own brand. Ooh, it's a 6-color pack. How much does that cost? I don't want it, but I'm curious to know what it... Are these just not available? Oh, yeah. Why does that one cost so much? Space gray. How hard is it to just say silver? Space gray. Alright. Sorry, Amazon. I'm going to Digit Makers. I'm going to look at their filament.
Sammy says space gray, more like space silver.
Right. Products. 3D printing filaments. Let's look at PETG. Advanced series. Ooh, Canadian PETG. Let me take a look at that. Do they have silver? Color. They have gold metallic. Ooh. They do have gray. That'd be $19 though. That's actually kind of cheap. Although, what's the eSun? My son. Of course they have silver. Why wouldn't they have silver? $24.99. Fuck. I think I should buy this. If I buy it now, it gets delivered in. By the time the top plate's done, I bet I could just go straight into printing these last few parts out of the PETG. I printed a little bit with PETG. It seems easy enough. Like I did say, I've done a little bit. Like I say, most of my experience, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of PLA prints. Probably a few hundred TPU prints, and like, I don't know, almost 100 nylon prints. You know what I mean? I'm mostly doing PLA, but I've done a few PTGs. I think I can do it. I think I should buy this. It's got a lot of 5-star reviews. Yeah. Needs good bed adhesion. Some things don't. Mostly 5-star reviews.
You think the batteries are dead in your flashlight?
Oh no. That's a problem.
Can you try turning the switch all the way off and then back on again?
Ooh, seems to have something.
You're right. It does need new batteries. Can I come down there in a minute?
Ooh, time for new batteries.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a minute, okay?
All right. Alright. So in all of that, I muted out for a second. I'm going to buy this. But I'm going to buy this. It's nice silver PETG. And we're going to print all the Y-axis stuff out of PETG. So, I'll send you back to the print. Well, I purchased that.
He says it's nice and space gray.
Yeah, it's good old space gray. That's it. That is the official color of the printer we're building, space gray. I know I'm buying a silver filament, but with the right treatment, it'll be space gray.
Are you running into the batteries or no?
No, not you were. I was ordering the space gray filament. Province. I am not in Alberta. Huh? I don't need a shipping calculator. It's gonna be nothing. I'm literally next door. It's in Toronto. Cool. Check out. Thank you. Nope, now put in a code. Putting in my code. There we go.
That's a piece.
Oh, okay. Oh. I was holding my phone out to you. Alright. Let's see here. That is my delivery address. Why? Huh. Wait. This place used to do... This place used to ship. Like just over Canada Post, but they don't have that option anymore. Okay, well... I'm not buying it from them, I guess. Huh. What happened to the free shipping? Via Canada? Well, not. I guess it wouldn't be free. Huh. Amazon will ship it to me for free. It's a lot more expensive from Amazon. Well, I have to do price comparison. I'm too cheap to just be like, Yeah, it's like immediately $32 on Prime, even. Do they have Space Gray? Doesn't appear to be any Space Gray. Honestly, it looks like it's going to be more on Amazon, even with the free shipping. $28. Oh no. The cheapest shipping option is $11. I don't even know who GLS is. $41.22. No, it's cheaper on Amazon. Fuck it. Why not try this other company? Duramic 3D PETG printer filament. You know what? It comes in silver, and it's like $10 cheaper. It's got good ratings, and lots of good ratings. 1 kilogram, yeah. Don't want to get burned on it not actually being a kilogram. Yeah, honestly, that's cheaper and better. I'm just getting that. I don't trust sharing my screen on Amazon. They show way too much personal information on the edges of the screen. But it's Duramic 3D PETG printer filament. Never heard of them before. Duramic. Let me read some of the ratings. Let me add it to my cart. Cool. I want to read more about it though. Thank you. Oh, okay. Something changed price. All right, let's take a look at this. It is pretty good filament. Let's see the ratings. Okay, so there's a person just who gave it a 3-star rating, who seemed to think the filament is just fine, but was annoyed that they had to change their... Why? Okay, huh? Oh no, okay, no, at the end there they did clear it up. They gave a 5-star originally, and then there's like an update where they bought the black, and the black was nowhere near as good as the clear that they say. Now, the next review under that is pleasantly surprised. A person who gives a 5-star review, they're using the black and just go off about it. Now, they have pictures. I think I can show this screen. Yeah, I'm safe to show this. They have pictures. And their prints look good. Yeah. So this, I tend to want to believe this review a little bit more. It's a verified purchase. This one must be a verified purchase, yeah. But it's a verified purchase. A lot more information, and they have really good-looking models. That's like, of course, I'm going to listen to them a bit more. Good utility. Now they didn't use the black, but okay filament for the price. Yeah. Holy shit, really? Holy shit. Yeah, no, this will be fine. This will be fine. I'm buying this filament. I'm using the silver. This silver right here. So, hopefully the silver's good.
Stanley says you mean the space gray?
Yeah, space gray. I gotta get that right. Ship to that address. Okay. And place the order. All right. Space gray filament is showing up. When? 2 days from now. 2 days from now.
Yeah. Hold on.
What?
Fix it.
I've just been handed a flashlight to fix.
With a strip screw.
Oh, I see. I see.
I'm fed up with trying not to with a more powerful flashlight.
Huh. Let's see how stripped this screw is.
Hey, Miss Melody, no pointing that flashlight out the window, okay?
Oh yeah.
It's so bright it could distract cars on the street, so don't point it outside the window. Thank you.
Let's see if I have a new screw for that. So why is there corrosion on that screw?
Right.
Oh, the screw's out. How does... Uh-huh. Okay. You got this open. How do I actually, like, open it, though? There you go. You gave me the wrong batteries.
Well, fuck you. And that flashlight. And your mother's. How about that?
Sure. Fuck all those things. Triple A's. Right under there. Are there any?
Yes.
Okay, well. Got it. I don't know if I have a screw to replace that one. Plus it's captured. Just bring it to me, I guess. Captive. Captured. The screw is captive. Was it making creepy kids' toys noises because the batteries were dying?
When you turn into story mode, it's like.
Alright, now I'm sad I changed the batteries already. Sit.
Sammy says the horse.
There is a horse. Where is the horse? Oh, it was. That is it. There's the horse. It has a long tail. What does the lamb have? The sheep likes to baa.
Sammy says Matt, where's Logan? Popsy says the winter head looks like it's starting to fall apart.
That's good. You're just looking at the back side of it, Poppy. This printer is backwards on my shelf because it doesn't fit frontwards. The cable coming out the back hangs off of the edge of the counter quite a bit. And I'd rather it do that than slam into the wall at the back. But yeah, no, that's solid. I actually just tore it apart yesterday and put it back together.
Popsy says the head and fan are angled.
The head is not angled. That's an optical illusion, I think, caused by the tape and the fact that the camera is slightly skewed. The fan is angled on purpose. Fan is on a little bit of an angle there. Because I guess it's like aiming down into the little bit. So it's kind of tilted down towards the hot part. It's there to keep the stepper cool, but it's there to keep it cool from the heating block. So it makes sense that it's kind of aimed a little bit down towards the hot zone.
Says Matt with our Logan.
I have no fucking idea. I just go with it. I've heard a lot about them in the last couple days, but nothing like descriptive. Just people asking about them. In fact, everything I've heard about plugins is people asking about plugins, either where they are or what they are. But a lot of it. I've been hearing a lot of that. I don't know if you can really get a better look from this camera angle. This isn't a very good camera,
Sammy says whoever Logan.
but the head's solid. And yeah, things are definitely not angled. You don't want things to be angled on a 3D printer. Everything is square. All my camera angles are angled. Printer is square. I'm gonna, for I think a few things, I'm gonna borrow Anja's tripod so that I can actually level my cameras. It'll be nice. But yeah, I ordered the PETG. Where is Trigon? We'll have to ask Raven if she knows where her dad is. So the PETG is going to come. I do not want this anymore. I bought it on Amazon because it was cheaper. Return to the cart and remove this item from the cart. That'll be nice. I won't leave a dead cart on their site. But as conscious of a consumer as I do want to be, you win this time, Daddy Bezos. You win this time. All right. So 2 days, we're gonna get silver filament. I might even reprint some of the other parts with the PET. If the PETG isn't too much of a hassle to print with, maybe a lot of the visible parts I'll reprint in the silver. It's kind of wasteful. You know what? Not for the initial build. If we take this project far enough, yeah, I don't know where the bot is. It goes away sometimes. Let me double check it. We are in the room with the bot. Is it just silent or is it just broken? Fully broken. Fully broken. The computer's still running. I know that because the bot is still in our TeamSpeak, which means the computer that the bot's running on is still running and attached to the TeamSpeak. So the bot itself must have crashed. Interesting. I'll see if Wolf knows anything, if he's around. Or something. Yeah. Pyro, start reading chat for me.
Sammy says anarchy.
Anarchy. Hey, it's back. Never mind. How did it just started working? He must have done something. Wolf must be there somewhere in the back rooms
Family says
listening.
it knew there was anarchy.
Because the bot doesn't ignore commands. The bot cues them and will do them later. So it skipped a bunch of commands in there, or chat in there. So it restarted. Maybe the computer restarted. Although I didn't see him leave the TeamSpeak.
Hey, try not to suck any dick on the way through the parking lot.
Now we're back up and running. Thank you, Wolf. No idea what that was. Anyway, what's it talking about? Silver PTG. It's coming. I just wanted to use that command because it's new, and I haven't got the chance to use it enough.
Family
Sorry,
says
Space
it
Gray.
Probably became the rage of hearing Pyro read chat.
Space Gray is coming. Which is exciting. And yeah, if this video and concept and project keeps going on, and I keep making the content, eventually we're gonna want to make it look nice. At which point, I'll probably reprint a bunch of the parts and maybe even redesign some of them and reprint them to my likings. For now, I'm basically using a design that somebody put up on Thingiverse for the frame. But what's nice about it is it's
Spirit says
really
it
open to
lets Ron
modifications.
rise corner fine.
What's that? Front right corner. That is going to be... Those are two pieces we're holding on the LCD. They'll be stuck to the front of the printer. Do I have the build guide? That'll do. What? So the part that we're printing right now is, can I zoom in? This part right here, and the other one on this side, which is hidden by the top case. So these two side pieces for this front LCD
Spirit
cover.
says it looks like there is a floating strand to my eyes.
Yeah, I need better cameras. The glass bed also doesn't friggin' help. The glass bed makes it look like there's a gap underneath because it, the reflection back. I get because of the width of the glass, that makes sense. The glass bed all the time freaks me out. It looks like something's like floating there, but it's like not. It's well adhered to the glass. I've had to get past that mental fuckery. Curious to take a look at that hole. Go over there for a sec. You're very right about that floating strand. That part is floating. I could trim that off. Yeah, it's fine. We'll trim it off after. I printed this with 0 support, so it's not exactly going to be the cleanest thing when it's finished as far as all the holes go, but my plan is just to if I need to, I can just take a drill bit and even just with my hands, just work the hole a little bit. Good advice to all you guys out there. Use your hands, work the hole a little bit.
Figure out how to work the button first.
Popsky says it's mostly decorative anyways, right?
The holes are functional. They're for like putting it together, right? So, but surface-wise, they're fine. Surfaces should be fine, because the surfaces won't be overhangs. The only part that's going to be a little wonky is the bridging. And the only place this bridge is well, there's a couple places, but they're both hidden. We have bridging inside the holes, right? Like I said, that doesn't matter. If those get gross, we can just clean them with a drill bit. All these holes, whatever, they don't matter. What's the other part where I'm a little worried about it, because it's a little more functional and I can't really just drill it out, is these holes right here. Really, I probably should have included support for them, but I think we can bridge that. But yeah, definitely, that's just, it's floating there. Those lines up there are just being printed on air and nothing else. We're underneath the model right now. That's the top of the model. So yeah, it's just an air gap. But I mean, on the part should look nice. All these parts where bridging is an issue are, you know, inside holes or underneath stuff. So the part's gonna look nice regardless. I'm just, if this doesn't work, it could fuck with the functionality of it. That bridging layer right there needs to kind of work. If that bridging layer doesn't work, the next layer at least needs to work.
Yes.
It will. This is PLA. It'll work. You can do anything with PLA. I'm probably going to need to be a little bit more worried when I'm printing with the PETG. And I'm going to have to double check what part cooling settings I should be using with PETG. Oh, and you know what's worst? When I print in PETG, I'm going to have to put something on my bed. My pretty glass bed is it's going to get covered probably in tape. Because PETG and glass, I've heard, don't always get along. So, I don't want to possibly destroy my glass bed with PETG. What I've heard, like some other materials that are worse at it, PETG has a chance of...
He says that just generally doesn't get along from what I heard.
Well, supposedly, PETG is really good at adhering to glass beds, from what I've heard. And in rare cases, it's too good at adhering to the glass bed. And like if you're printing with PEEK or something like that, the print will actually, like the plastic, as you pull it off the bed, will actually rip chunks of glass out of your bed. Just destroy your bed. Or your surface, I should say. I don't want to risk that. I don't know that most PETG will do that, but I've heard of it happening. And if it's happened, you know, once or twice,
Says that sounds potentially dangerous.
I'm worried about it. It just wrecks the glass.
Sammy said so Matt, why not print it upside down and print the top things separately and screw them together or something.
So yeah.
Need to make a 5-sided pentagon.
I mean, I could have... If I split the model right here and tried some chicanery and crap, but then that's a lot of work. And then if I flip it, there's no way I can print it without support. Hold on, let's just arrange, slice that. Like, without support, that is never printing, right? You know what probably would have worked is something like this. You know, let's just get that one out of the way and just look at one at a time. This probably would have been the best way to print it. Because all these angles are 45 degrees, and a 45-degree overhang is not a problem. This is how I should have printed this part. I'm an idiot. Everything's a 45-degree angle. Everything here doesn't need support. In fact, let's double check that. Let's turn support on. Support. Oh, it did add some support. Very little, though. Yeah, I should have printed it this way without support. That's goofy support that it's adding. Look at this piece of support. What's that supporting? Nothing. It's not attached to anything. Well done, Kira. Good support. Sometimes support is just being there.
Family says emotional support.
Yeah, right.
Popsy says it's to keep it straight.
Well, that's not keeping anything straight. That does nothing to the rest of my print. That's literally just visual artifacting, but in the 3D world. That is completely useless and pointless. And they give us the ability to remove it with some fancy tools over here and some primitives. But no, that's just a glitch, dude.
Says it is a purge tower.
Yeah, it's. I'm not changing materials though. And it's not like a draft protection or anything like that. It's just glitched out support that does nothing. There are reasons to build structures beside or near your prints. Like a draft protection would take like this little skirt I have here and build it all the way up to protect the print from literal drafts, like wind coming from the side. I wouldn't do that with PLA, it doesn't need it. But and then like Zero mentioned, purge towers. If you're printing with multiple materials, you'd want a purge tower to purge the previous color so that you can print the new color if you're dealing with like a one head with a switcher.
Decorative.
Decorative, maybe, yeah. I could call it that. But yeah, in this case, we're not looking at draft protection or purge tower. But honestly, we don't need any of it. This would be fine to print without support. Like that's perfectly fine to print. I think the worst part is not even. I was thinking like up here there's kind of a weird part, but that's still not bad. Yeah, I'm just an idiot and I printed this the wrong way around because this part doesn't have any stress to deal with. This is just you know, this holds up an LCD, like it's not taking any massive stresses.
Family says you're welcome.
It's already printing. It can't go back now. Go back in time and tell me, and then say you're welcome. Here, I'll show you the printer.
Family says
You tell it to
Family says
rotate.
something.
You tell it
Family
to.
says
like-
recycle it.
Hey, you, get up on your side. You're printing the wrong way. We've just discovered. It's not listening to me. That's fine. So the part that comes after this is the case top for the LCD.
Family says I'm sorry you didn't show me your print before you printed it.
This is the next one to print. And it screws onto those pieces. And then my, wait, it doesn't screw onto them. How does it hook up? How does that hook onto that? Oh, it does. Those are captured.
Says, so Matt, when are we making
And we go from the back.
recycling machine to deal with old prints?
Sammy was talking about making that our next project. The only problem with that is that's like a $8,000 to $10,000 project. It's a lot. We gotta buy
Popsy
A
says
plastic
it works
shredder
like a
and an
paper print
extruder.
without. Popsy says strut.
for this. This is fine. Doesn't need it. This doesn't need any support in PLA. Honestly, when I generated the support, I expected it not to generate any. Oh yeah. No, we're not gonna print it like that. That's just for visual. Hold on. This is how we're gonna print this one. Like that. That's how that'll print. And this also doesn't need any support. You might want to try to do something to make that AM8 logo on the front a little nicer looking, but fuck it. That's how that'll print. No support needed. Hello, Yanni.
Hi. Hello, everybody, and how are you? How are you? How are you?
Those are super thin. Why are those so thin? Alright, I'm gonna trust the designer of this and trust the fact that I can go back later and change it if I need to. But why are those so thin? They don't need to be that thin, do they? Could be at least 2 wall lines instead of just 1. Huh. But yeah, that's the next print. It's a 5-hour print though. There's a reason I didn't do that print first. What? No.
Hi.
You need to move?
Opti says they could probably be solid.
That's future Matt.
Hi! Alright, that wait, a little bit of a chaotic miss. Curtis found my doppelganger.
Have fun at the game.
Was it just some random dude he found at the game?
He's at a bar.
Ah!
Have fun at the game. That's funny. We did. Enjoy the game, buddy.
Sounds like Curtis is having a good night. Good on him.
Alright, one more. One more, ready? We gotta screenshot it. Oh,
You
oh
get
no.
it? You locked the
Oh
phone!
no! Oh no! Video. Hang on.
Oh my
What
goodness,
happened?
honey.
Oh no! We lost it. There we are.
You're just
There we are.
There you
There
go.
we go. Alright, we got it. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Oh my god, the wildness going on over there. Oh no! You're in the club!
Happening. It's happening. Alright, buddy, we gotta let you go. Have fun for the rest of the game, alright? I just gotta hang up.
Oh boy, Curtis sounds like he's having a
He's
good.
having a good night.
I wonder if they could be solid. It looks like screws are meant to go through them. Hold on. Let's go back to the assembly guide. How does that go together? Yeah, they can't be solid, but it feels like they could be thicker. Alright. I can fix that later if I need to. Or see how it fits together now, though. Wonder why the gap's on the sides. But yeah, they could have absolutely been thicker. Oh well. Sure, it'll work. I'm pretty sure the board gets sandwiched in there too.
Lyric says cable pass through.
I'm thinking maybe so that the cables can come out the side if you wanted them to. I'm probably gonna have my cables go out the back, out the bottom. No, I don't know. I'll figure that out when we get to it. Let's see where the print's at. Oh, it's coming along. I should take this, copy it, and put it in the corner over here. Add source. Or paste. Paste it linked. That way when we're on this screen, you can at least sort of see from a distance what the printer's up to. Boom. We'll get in close. We'll do the close-up right now. For a little bit. Check it out. So we're recording, this close camera is recording time lapses, which I am compiling into one big video of all of the time lapses of all of the prints that have gone together to make this printer. I missed one print. I have the time lapse from the print, but I missed it. So, if you can figure out what that means. There'll be a video soon. I have a time lapse, but I missed the print. I'm posting all the videos all over the place. For my patrons, they get it like a day or two early on Patreon, and then on YouTube and TikTok, a lot of the public videos go up there on the same day. So, I guess you could get most of the full experience from following me on any one place. Patreon's gonna have maybe a little couple other things like the sometimes when I'm partway through making a video, I'll post some of it to Patreon, and then so eventually it gets released publicly. But yeah, some behind the scenes-y type stuff. Otherwise, everything else gets publicly posted a couple days after usually. It's been hard, like making sure that like. For one video that I'm working on, I think on YouTube it's going to be one video. And then when I post it to TikTok, I think it's actually going to be like a series of videos just because of the way it, you know. TikTok definitely works better with the short form. So I'm thinking, because so far it's always just been the same content. Every platform, same content, except for like the bonus stuff on Patreon. But I'm thinking with that video might be the beginning of me same content, slightly different formatting. You know what I mean? YouTube has the long format, and I'll post the short format to TikTok, which, like I say, mostly the same thing. It's changing format means that the content's going to slightly change. And I'm still, I don't know if I want to do that. Do I just literally want them to mirror each other, or should I think I should. I think I should be a little bit, change it up a little bit for TikTok. But regardless, all the content comes out everywhere in one form or another, so follow me anywhere. Oh yeah, also all of this. Fucking, but you guys already know this because you're already here. The stream is the best place to keep up with everything. Like this, all of this isn't going to be in the final videos, right? Like I might use, you know, I'll use the time lapse that we're making right now. I might use a snip or two of video, in the final video from all of this, but you know, stream is definitely the best place to like stick with this project for the bigger things. And I originally was going to premiere all my videos on stream too. I have not been doing very good at that, but I mean, why should I bother? They've already premiered elsewhere. Go check out my YouTube, I guess, if you're interested. I think I have all my socials properly linked now in my About section on here. I think I put TikTok in there. This is all Killshot's fault, by the way.
Old man rambles about content plan.
Yeah. It's all Killshot's fault. The printer, the TikTok, everything. thinking about it from even the content perspective. It was all Killshot's fault. This was his doing. His challenge. Right down to the TikTok too, because like he showed me the TikTok and it's like, yo, you gotta make a TikTok. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. I'm like, alright, fine. I've been making content for years. I had no interest in starting a TikTok, but honestly, for this project, it seemed like it was kind of like, yeah, it fits. There's been a lot of fun little videos I've been able to make out of this. I think so far my favorite one is the circus filament one. I don't know if that's gone full public yet, but it will soon. Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. Stream's always going to be the best place to hang out. You can ask questions, get up to date. Like, you can't really do that in a YouTube video. You can ask questions and, you know, you can use comments and stuff, but it's just not that real time, you know? And you can't get that clarification, too. Like, if you have follow-up questions or don't understand something. So much easier on stream. Yeah. Let's be a little bit of rambling tonight, Sammy. I don't know if you noticed, but the content is an automated machine just kind of moving back and forth. I gotta talk about something. You guys up to date with Moon Knight? How about that TV show? Ooh. I got a picture of a water. Nah.
He says mad rambling asterisk gas asterisk.
Yeah. This thing's gonna be nuts. I lost a lot of time. Like, honestly, we probably would have been building the frame this weekend if I hadn't had to deal with the printer breaking down. But whatever. Now we're gonna get the right filament for the Y-axis, and possibly, because it's a full kilogram spool, I could reprint some of the other parts to make it look nice. But yeah, it'll be nice to prototype it first, because I feel like I'm gonna want to change a lot of these parts, including like this LCD panel. I feel like I might want to change it up a bit. I know on the big AA I have, the one that we're watching print right now, I like not having the panel connected. Like on the print, let me pull it up.
He says you learn things like how to properly rotate things.
Yeah, exactly. So on the print, it's or on this design, we have the panel attached to the front of the printer.
Says I can only rotate my hips.
I don't know if I want that with the current printer we're using. I really enjoy having this kind of float so that I can, like,
says, hey, Barn.
if I'm doing diagnostics, I can carry it around with me, and oh shoot, I just covered the lens up.
Sammy says when you around
Move
the
it around.
table.
Check buttons, beep-beepy boopities, and then when I'm done with it, just put it back down. You know? I like the ability to be a little bit moving around.
Says on the left, is that a drink holder?
On the left, is that a drink holder? What is on the left? I don't see. Left, which one? I guess technically it's the same on both. Do you mean... I don't have the whiteboard on here. You mean the little sort of U shape back there? I think what you're looking at is what should be where I mount the LCD onto the frame, but I never use.
Calling us again.
Oh Oh
Barn
no,
will
Curtis is
Friday
calling back.
or Saturday. I imagine most people
What's
won't
happening?
be around Sunday due to the fertility festival. Popsy says on the thingiverse.
Is it what?
Oh.
Oh.
Here. That's a fan mount. That's to put a fan on, but it could be a drink holder. I see what you're
Here
talking
it
about.
says Matt, you need to press the pointer one to point at things on screen.
Yeah. Where? Oh, I left my wand inside. I have an actual wand, but you know,
Hang on, I'm gonna step outside so I can hear you.
Harry Potter style.
Sammy says you're a wizard. Sammy says Harry.
I don't have Harry's wand. Hey guys, I got a game for you to play. Anyone who already knows, because I may have mentioned this before. If you already know, don't spoil it. Whose wand out of the entire Harry Potter series? Whose wand
Here
do you
it says
think I
you're
would
a Harry
have?
Wizard. Sammy says so Matt, you wanna do Phasma on Friday or Saturday?
Friday or Saturday? Friday or Saturday? Tomorrow or the next day? When did Barnes say? Maybe Friday night. Lots will be around on Sunday due to the fertility festival. Let's see. I mean, technically, Good Friday is about as much as anything else, but or should be.
Popsy says I think you'd have a brother George.
We can try tomorrow night. Good guesses. Gandalf's wand. It is a Harry Potter wand.
Says no, I know the doctor's wand.
No, it is legit. It is legit Harry Potter character.
Oh Lord.
He seems to be doing.
Oh, chasing the same angle. He's like, Maddie, come here, really, you're Maddie now. And he's like, I just need to let you go. He's almost crying. I love you guys. This is a night out for Chris and Simon and I, but you two should have been here too. I need to encourage you. I love you guys. And Chris is like, all right, let's get in the car. Let's get in the car. And he's like, I gotta go make sure my bar has space. He's like, you're good. You're good. No, I gotta go back to the park. No, you don't. Let's go home. It's been a long time. Oh, and I told Nicole that he'd call him like, yeah, I'm like, you know, stab a picture. Kurt, your husband's with future Matt at the bar. But I'm not gonna warn. Like, he's on his way home to you, and he is.
He is wrecked.
I'm not gonna tell her that.
So Friday it is.
Nope.
Sammy says neither.
Yeah, I guess. So tomorrow, right? Wow, sounds like Curtis is in great shape.
Oh, that's funny. It's been a while.
I can't believe nobody guessed it. It's Luna. Luna might be the best character in all of Harry Potter.
Barn this Friday. Sammy says he said it.
Looney Lovegood.
Yeah.
Barnacle says, Sir Wolf of the Seven says you do seem to like night missions.
Luna's great. Luna
Sammy says Barn still thinks it's Wednesday or something.
Luna and I have a lot in common. A lot of people think we're crazy. It just turns out we know things. Not everything.
Barnacle says I don't know what anything is, I don't feel so hot tonight. Sammy says they locked you in the room. Potato says why not both. Barnacle says I
Mike.
need to stop drinking on school nights.
Would you do a Curtis? At least we know Curtis is thinking about us,
Yeah.
and that he loves us, and that he's willing to yell that loudly in public.
Friday. Barn,
Yeah. Oh yeah, they were in the parking lot. He was chasing the guy down the parking lot.
Oh,
Oh, he loves.
god.
And then he's like, I heard him. He's like, he's a skydiver. What? I'm like, oh god, Curtis was sitting there just telling him about you all night long. This
Oh,
guy knows your
great.
entire life story.
Oh, now he's gonna be able to take my identity. He knows everything about me. And he looks like me in the future.
So funny.
It's been a while since we've had Curtis around.
I
The old guard around here will remember Curtis, but I don't know if any of the new people are gonna really know.
Curtis is in that rocky place right now.
Curtis is going a little classic Curtis on us.
Yeah. Him and you being together for a night. You don't invite him over here this weekend when I'm gone,
No,
please.
that's dangerous.
It's very dangerous. I need to be around.
Nah. We need probably at least 2 people around. Somebody to handle Curtis, somebody to handle me. Strong individuals who can pin us down if need be.
The worst part is that we need people who can stay up later than the two of you. That's,
That's
the
a problem.
Is that everybody goes to bed and you two keep going and then get into some shit at 5 a.m.
Oh shit.
And then I get woken up. Sorry,
But-
Edge.
I'm too old
Sorry.
for that
Sorry,
shit,
Edge.
so hopefully it doesn't. Way too old for that shit.
We're at the point in our lives now where if that happened, I'd be like, you're waking up with the kid. Have fun.
Yeah, I imagine that'd go well for you.
It'd go amazing. It'd go real well.
No thanks. So, you were expecting the call from Nicole later? I just put Curtis to bed. He's shit-faced.
There might be some angry messages coming through later. I think she'll get it. I think she's probably prepared for it.
Yeah,
She knows he's hurting and he's gone into a bar.
yeah.
There's really nothing good that can come of that for her.
Fun times. Good to hear from him though. Even if he was hard to understand.
Barnacle says I do drown my sorrows in woos.
Yeah.
He's a little slurry mixer.
Flirty McSary. We all have our things. I tend to less drowning and more flying, but I'm there. Getting into those clouds, if you know what I mean. Have a little bit of a visit with a friendly stranger, if you know what I mean. Smoke marijuana, if you know what I mean. Oh, wait, that last one was an innuendo. Crap. I failed that innuendo.
Barnacle said I'm good for tomorrow evening, Sammy.
Nice.
Sammy says Stan.
Tomorrow evening, we are playing Phasmophobia. Possibly with printer noises in the background. Depending on how far I get through shit. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Ghosts are going to be hunting
Sammy says,
me
"Will it be in VR?"
and just listening to my fucking 3D printer like, oh, I know where you are.
Barnacle says I will.
I can. Honestly, it'll be a lot easier to like manage and stream it if I don't do it in VR, but
Sammy
yeah, I
says
probably
he
just
got
should
a
not.
realer.
I should probably just not do it in VR.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says it's okay. They nerfed hiding anyway. Family says do it.
They nerfed hiding. Ghosts are better hunters now? Hiding is
Family
not
says,
as effective?
I think there's a sitting mode. Barnacle says nerf. I could never hide to begin with.
Yeah. Barn, you literally, I mean,
Family says
some
they
ghosts
make
can
it
walk
so
through
you
doors,
can't
but you
hide
just,
behind doors as well anymore.
yeah.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says they
Oh.
always open doors.
Can you hold the handle? Because I used to hold the handle. Oh. Thinking back on it, I should have elaborated. That fan mount for the board mount thing that we thought was a cup holder for a second. I'm not using that version. There's a different version of that part without the fan mount. I don't know if I mentioned that I'm using a different version of that part. There's two versions. I think I mentioned it. I don't know. Hopefully I did. So no hiding behind doors anymore. You just, gotta run to a different part of the house and hope they don't come your way? Doors were kind of like important to the hiding process. Hmm. Well, I guess when we play tomorrow night, we'll see. We will see. So this print is probably 2/3 of the way done. We are looking at, I think we're doing our top layers right now. So,
Family says ghosts will not always check behind doors during hunts. Use at your own risk, is what the patch notes say.
so
Barnacle says is this a clamp of some sort?
it's two pieces. Here, let me. I think the right side is the other one. I changed it up because we were doing some stuff with it. I'm looking at stuff. Did I do this right? Are these the mirrored versions? This is the same part, just rotated. Dang it. Hold on. There we go. So this is what we're printing. It's two parts.
Kind of interpret it as you can't hide behind an open or something.
I think it's printing like this on. Yeah, it's printing like this on the bed. I'm pretty sure. Or like this. Shit.
Family says open door.
Yeah, it's printing like this. So eventually, this is gonna come up in front of us.
What are those for?
So those are the two side bits on here. Oh, douche. So these two side bits here, one's hidden, but here's one of them. And they hold up this front panel, which is going to be the next print. That's our next print, the front panel.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says looks like a Prusa.
Yep. It's a Prusa, basically. It's
Barnacle
like a
says sleep.
clone. AM8. And I'm sticking Prusa parts in it, so... Like, Prusa clone parts. I'm taking the A8, like, linear bearings and stuff. So we're, like, in these layers right here.
Family says, and we learned that Matt Phillips printed it on its side instead.
Yeah. This is not the best orientation to have printed this, but oh well. It'll work. But that's about where we are in the print. And that's about the angle that we're seeing it from there. See that transition? That was sexy. I think it could be a little bit better. Hold on. Ha ha. I like it. I have it lined up pretty well. So yeah, this will finish, and then we will go ahead and put the front LCD panel on.
The Wolf of the Seven says angle too shallow.
Is it? Yeah, it is a little too shallow, isn't it? A little... Even a little bit more. Kind of there. Cool beans. But yeah, this marks the last of the PLA parts for the frame assembly.
It says now only if your camera wasn't in 480p.
Yeah, I need nicer cameras. It's technically, I don't think it's in 480, I think it's in 720, but still. The camera at the top, actually that one actually might be in a higher resolution, but it's delayed and may skip frames. Just a reminder, that top angle is a Pi Zero that I have running off of a battery bank, hooked up to a camera up in the corner on a shelf. That's how we're getting that second angle. When that battery bank dies, that camera's going to turn off. The front angle is the same angle that we're going to get our time-lapse on. That's our time-lapse camera. It would be nice to have nice cameras. I'm just using old webcams that I've had for years. And the Pi camera, which on that Pi isn't good enough to do what I need. I could put it on a faster Pi, but I don't have a fast... All the fast Pis are busy. I only have, like, old slow Pis. I have the Pi Zero and the Pi B are the only ones I have available right now. And none of them can run the camera in, like, high res fast enough. My 3 and my 4 are busy. Not enough Pis. Not enough filament. Too many 3D printers. You actually see in the overhead camera, you can see the printer we're going to tear apart. It's right beside it. You can see half of it. It's over there to the right of the printer. It's got a bunch of stuff just kind of sitting around it. I haven't printed anything on it in a little while. Everything prints on this big printer. What? Underneath that countertop is another 3D printer, and then directly underneath the camera, where it can't see, is another 3D printer. Is that I have too many 3D printers.
Says I saw something you can get reliably right the Pi 400.
Really? The 400? Ew. I guess. Why not? It's a lot bigger than every other Pi. Can you disassemble the unit from the keyboard? Like, if you go inside, is it just the keyboard? How is the keyboard connected?
Family says, but is bigger better?
Oh, it's not. It's absolutely not. If you want something like small and integrated, and you're thinking about a Pi to use, the 400 is a horrible
Barnacle
choice
says,
because the 400 is basically a Pi integrated into a keyboard. So it's fucking huge and has a keyboard mutated onto it. The 400 is like an all-in-one computer. So you just plug your display into it and you can go. I mean, if you want, you can do a mouse, plug a mouse into it as well. But like, it's yeah, the 400 is meant to be just all in one. Does it even have a network port, or does it rely entirely on Wi-Fi? It might have a network port. So I think it's is it a Pi 4 that's been integrated into a keyboard? In which case, it probably has lots of slots.
The Wolf of the Seven says, looks like it has LAN. Family says,
Nah.
at least, bar none does 10.
Yeah, I think it's a Pi 4
The Wolf
integrated.
of the Seven says, asterisk Ethernet.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
What?
Do it again.
No. Curtis is calling back.
Where are you now?
The Wolf of the Seven says, Raspberry Pi 400 incorporates a purpose-built board based on Raspberry Pi 4. Sam says, I expect nothing besides the greatest from Barn.
We're getting there. We're in the final stretch. We're building these vertical columns now.
Says, biggest asterisk.
Back. Let me show you. We're building this part. This is. Oop. We're up to this part. We have printed that much or so, and we have that left. Not bad. Almost done. And then we can put the top frame on, or the top plate on. Get that printing. And then yeah, I got I wasn't gonna wait for. I was just gonna print the parts, the other 3 parts in PLA. The other 3 parts are the Y-axis parts and are going to be under immense stress. And I was originally just gonna print them out of PLA and hope for the best, but instead of wasting that PLA, because I'm pretty sure those parts need to not be PLA, I'm going to wait for the PTG to come in, and I'm going to print it at a PTG first, because it's the whole Y-axis assembly. It's going to be under high tension. So, looking at the here, that's this bit at the back. This is the Y motor mount, and then these 2 bits here, the Y block and the Y tensioner. Those are all going to be under belt tension, which means lots of stress. Lots and lots of stress. And that's why I don't want to make them out of PLA. I could make them out of PLA and they probably last a little while. But then when we went to go do our first like super fast print, it would probably explode. It would print like normal printer, it'd work fine. But remember, the goal here is to make a printer that moves at a fucking blur. We're making the Sonic the Hedgehog of 3D printers. That's the final result here. It's going to take a while to get there. Oh, it's going to take a while to get there. But we need those strong parts. I can't believe I just spent another extra 30 fucking bucks on it. And Knuckles, yeah. I had to spend 30 bucks on PETG, but we need it. We're going to need it. We're probably going to have to replace some of the other parts with PETG as well. Like, have to. I know I said I might eventually, if we want to make this thing look nice, we might go back and replace all the parts. But some of them might break. And if they break, we're going to reprint them in PETG. I'm guaranteeing some things break.
Says they're just painted. Family says, so long is it going to take to print the top bit?
It looks like 5 and a bit hours. Hold on, let me double check. 5 hours, 1 minute. So not too bad.
Says if something doesn't break, you're not going fast enough.
That's kind of the point, right, Barn? We're going to get kind of stupid with this. At some point, you're probably going to hear me, while we're testing the printer, once we've completed it, you're probably going to hear me be like, well, let's try this. And then a string of profanity will exit my mouth. Because either the printer has destroyed itself or is attempting to kill me.
Says advanced stupid.
I like it. Advanced stupid. Exactly.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says, do you have in stop?
Yes. I only have one on each axis. Which means I don't have...
Wolf of the Seven says all in stop.
No. Not all end stop. I don't think I need all end stops. Like, the printer wants to go fast, sure. I'm still going to give it, like, a printer profile, so it's going to know, like, it can't go...
Says all virtual in stop.
Yeah. I have one on each axis. That should be good. It just means it has to home. Always, it has to head home before it moves anywhere, which is fine. As long as I always make sure it heads home before it moves anywhere. Like, if it doesn't know where, if it knows where it is, it can move wherever it wants. But if it doesn't know where it is, it just has to always move home, and it's safe.
Says until it skips, steps, and slams into the other end.
Yeah. No, that is an absolute fear. And, I have looked into replacing the electronics. I can double check my board and see if I can install another end stop onto it. Well, 2. I'd want 2. I'm not worried about the Z axis, but the X and the Y could definitely use an end stop on the other ends.
Lose a connection every 2 seconds.
Yeah. So I don't know if my board can support like both end stops for the X and the Y. If it can, that's maybe a good idea. It's maybe a good idea. I'm almost very sure because the board I'm going to use to test things.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says maybe they can be put in parallel.
Oh my god, you're right, they can be. As like a... Yes, it's no good for homing, because if we hit the wrong end stop, it thinks it's home. But it is good for stopping the machine from crashing. As a workaround, that works. Because they're both instant switches. Having one switch on while the other one's still off does nothing to the circuit on the other switch. And turning either on will work.
Wolf of the Seven says depends how it's programmed.
I think it's just a high that's being pulled low. And as soon as it's able to go low, which means either switch creates the circuit, it'll get pulled low, and then boom. It could be the other way around. It could be a low that gets pulled high. I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure it's a high that gets pulled low. Which in our case, I think is fine. I'll run some tests on that.
Says if it assumes there's only one in stop, it might hit it and reverse into it.
Yeah, that's true. Like I say, for homing, it sucks. It's a problem. But
Family says Mamoon run.
But it would still stop the printer in an emergency, because the printer will just stop. I think if it hits an end stop while it's printing,
Says it should be fine for homing.
not if it's on an end stop. If it's sitting on one of the wrong end stops and you tell it to home, it's not going to move the printer to home. It's going to leave it at the end. So it's an edge case, but it's still a problem. And the other issue when homing is if the only time it will ever move after hitting the end stop is after homing, it moves a little bit to the right again.
Wolf of the Seven says my printer only ever hits the end stops when it homes up.
Exactly. That's the only time it should hit the end stops. But remember, we're talking about adding 2 extra end stops to the far end because we're worried about slipping, which will probably happen. It's gonna go fast, and I imagine we'll have an issue with slipping a lot until we figure it out. I don't know. I might have to look more into the boards because I said this is going to take a while, and it's going to take a while because part of the later plan is like I have a 12. The board I want to test this with is a 12-volt system. Like, I don't know if that's going to be enough to like run our hot end and everything and all of our motors at that speed. You know what I mean? Like, I think we might need to go up to a 24-volt system. And I'm pretty sure this is an 8-bit board, and it's a shit 8-bit board. When I first got this printer, I had to do the print, not the one that's working, but the one that we're going to use. I had to do all kinds of updates to the board and firmware and stuff to make sure it wasn't a fucking fire hazard. Like, it's a shit board. We probably shouldn't be using an 8-bit shit board. We should probably get like a 16-bit board or a 32-bit board, some really nice like power supply, run it at 24 volts, and get some like good. I guess it doesn't use MOSFETs for that, does it? The heater cartridge. We need to make sure that the heater cartridge can stay hot. I've looked at a Volcano hot end. It's kind of expensive, but
Basically invest more money.
oh, it's gonna like where's the price thing? Like, I set the donations for 400, thinking that would be enough, and I ended up putting a bunch of that money in myself, right? How much of that did I put in? Like, just directly. I should add another $30 because I just bought the filament, and technically that's part of the bill of materials that I have going, so I should include that. But actual cost. So that's what we've spent so far. Estimated cost. Here we go. Primary. So this is our estimated cost sheet. Estimated cost I've worked out with all of the optional parts. Estimated around $782. Going with the bare minimum, and some of this stuff is even below the bare minimum, but like just sort of like with a make it work attitude. About $441. The amount I've spent so far is $275. Down here, the green. So the difference from the estimate to the real value so far is actually $5.33, which is actually pretty good. I'm pretty good at estimating. $782 to get everything. Estimated. Again, very much estimated. That's nuts. This job is already redonk expensive.
Barnacle says fuel. Barnacle says jet.
And yeah, that's if we got everything, including just God, we really do need all this stuff eventually.
The Wolf of the Seven says cheaper than the graphics card.
Yeah. Yeah. Thing is, I can't afford either right now, so it's going to take a few months to do some of the later steps. Like when we get into doing the electronics, it's going to take a little while for me to save up, you know. It's going to be about, looks like $250. $350 if we also do the hot end at the same time. Which we can do the electronics first and then come back and do the hot end later. So yeah, we need a power supply the boards, the stepper motor drivers.
Going down in price, so they are only double the MSRP now.
Hey, nice. Nice. I bought the Teflon tubes and fittings on the list for doing the Bowden modification that we're going to do. So yeah, in order to lighten up the head on the printer, I'm going to take the extruder off of the head and move it to the frame. And that will really reduce the weight on the head, like a lot. Those stepper motors are really heavy. And that'll let us run it like super fast, right? Or help us to run it super fast.
Says once they get some to 50% below MSRP, it might be worth it.
Yeah. So I bought the Teflon tube for that, and that Teflon tube is also going to let me do the repair on this printer that I patched yesterday. But honestly, look at it, man. I patched this printer's Teflon tube yesterday, the one in the heat break, and it's been printing fine since. The patch is holding. The patch is literally just two separate pieces of Teflon tube jammed in together. And then I didn't have one piece long enough, so I bought 3 meters. I'll need the 3 meters. I'm going to make this Bowden system, and then I'll fuck it up, and then I'll be like, oh, I cut my Bowden tube too short, and then I'm going to cut one too long, and then I'm going to be like, well, I need to shorten it, but then I'm going to shorten it, and it's going to be too short again, so I'm going to need that extra meter at the end. I'm going to fix it. I think when I use the higher heat materials barn is when I'm going to go in and rebuild the head and properly fix it.
Sir Wolf of the 7 says I printed out new mouse wheel since my LMB broke yesterday.
I mean, while those things seem semi-related, did you also print out a new left mouse button, or?
I can change that out while I'm replacing the switch.
Oh, okay.
Says, well, why'd you break it?
I was like, it's like I printed a new bike wheel because my car's brakes broke. I was like, oh wait, look, I see how they're both vehicles, but one doesn't seem to be, huh? But no, yeah. So you're just gonna do both at the same time.
Says clicking too hard.
Wolf clicks the hardest. I've seen this guy click, and he clicks hard. Just a reminder that
Says I heard Belfic crunch and then it was all mushy.
Ooh. That's a horrible description, especially out of context. Like, dude, go post that on like One Sentence Horror, Wolf. That belongs on One Sentence Horror for sure.
Says I should have bought better replacement switches.
I felt a crunch. Like you'd say, like, felt a crunch under my foot, and then it was all mushy. That's One Sentence Horror for me. I have these giant buttons that I got when I ordered the battery replacements for my GBA cartridges. I want to do something with them. And you've just made me think maybe I could make just like a big chonky mouse. I was talking earlier about building my own peripherals. Because like...
Says, but it's a 16-year-old mouse. Replaced the LMB about 3 times now.
But you can, so why not? If it's a good mouse and you like it, and you can find good switches that you like, why not? And this is what I was saying earlier, like, you can build all your own peripherals. You can buy the kit boards online, so you get the board, and then you just populate it with whatever switches and parts that you want. And then, in my case, I think you can buy shells for them, but in my case, like a 3D printer, so I just 3D print a shell for it, and boom. I have, like, a custom keyboard. And when I say you can buy the kit PCBs, like, they have kit PCBs for, like, every type of keyboard you could imagine, including, like, the ergonomic, like, split keyboards. They'll sell you the PCBs for those, too.
Printing a new shell and adding a socket for the switch.
Nice. so. And we were talking about this earlier. I forget who it was with, but yeah, we're like, I think next time I'm just gonna build all my own peripherals. Oh, I think it was yesterday because we were talking about like the orb weaver. Like I have an orb weaver, but I never use it. I think it's cool and great. I should use it more often. It's obviously it's more ergonomic than my keyboard. But what's annoying about it is when you're using the orb weaver, you have to have a keyboard on your desk too. You can't like it doesn't replace your keyboard, so you end up with just like a ton of real estate on your desk just gone. I guess if you have a big desk, it's not a big problem. I end up cluttering my desk up with so much trash though. All the little projects I do, like right now there's batteries on here.
Someone will commit for about $30 that was just as good as the $500 Nick.
Nice.
Popsy says mix and monitors don't seem efficient to make.
I think mics would honestly be not that hard depending on what type of mic you're making. And also, I mean, let's be real. Anything where it's a wound coil is pretty easy to make, really. You could probably...
Says it used the same mic pickup as the $500 one, but it was I think $12.
So just component-wise, it was
Wins
cheap.
like oil daddy.
I guess not a lot of people know about coil winding and the fact that you can literally make like your own speakers, microphones, and like electromagnets and stuff. Like you can wind your own coils, and even if you're not sure about your like turn ratio on your coils, you can just measure them after, like while you're making them, to be absolutely sure. So you can know the impedance of any coil if you have a multimeter or some quick way of reading resistance. But at that point, like, there's no reason that you can't make your own thing. It's actually kind of easier. Like, I've been watching some restoration videos, and one I watched recently was a guy restoring a doorbell. And honestly, out of the entire restoration video, him unwinding and refurbishing the coils was probably the easiest thing he did in the whole video. The rest of the video was like all kinds of crazy metal working and everything else. And
says the microphone is just a speaker with a bunch of amplification in reverse.
Yep. So basically, you get a coil and a core and some way, like, to make that coil vibrate with sound. So you can just use like a film or a sheet, or I mean, old ones just literally used to be a can that would vibrate that was hanging in space. But as long as you can get that coil to vibrate relative to that core, you can read those variations in like little currents that come out of that, little eddy currents, and convert that into sound. Microphones are kind of silly. Microphones and speakers are kind of silly easy. Speakers, I'd say even easier so. And there's also like piezoelectric crystals that you can use to make a shitty mic and or speaker, but it'll work and it'll be like usable. You'll be able to understand it. A lot of the low end will get lost, but it'll sound tinny, but it'll be a microphone. Making your own microphone is actually not that hard. But I was talking about peripherals, like, weirdly enough, I don't consider microphones and
Family says then make one.
monitors peripherals. Like, a monitor to me is a necessity.
Family says
But I guess in that rate, so is a keyboard.
Family says you monster.
Guys, the recycling is going to cost us so much. Hold on, let me look at the website. I forget what they were called. Plastic something. And doing it on my own is just going to be way too much. I don't remember the name. Hold on. Let me just Google plastic recycling at home. It's popular science. Global recycle,
Sammy
no.
says Barnabas says only nerds recycle. Sammy says something something.
Anyway, come on, where are they?
Sammy says business expense.
Like, my business doesn't make enough to do that. Plastic recycling grinder, I guess. That's how I found them originally. I was looking up a plastics grinder.
Barnabas says grinder. Semicolon.
Hmm.
Popke says pasta extruder.
Where? I can't find can't find the one specifically I was looking at before. I hope they're not gone. Hmm. Oh, I should have noted this company's name down somewhere, or this organization. Is it this one? From where? Where's the? Well, here's one for sale. How much money is it? A plastic shredder, that is. That doesn't even say how much money it is. It's one of those situations if you have to ask. It's not a good idea.
The Wolf of the Seven says just start using PET bottles to make filament.
They're pretty short. I suppose I could find. It'd be better if I just made filament, like ground it up. Like I could still use. I could. Yeah, I would want to be using PET. That would be what I'd mainly be using because I just have so much of it.
Barnabas says they'd imagine a plastic grinder would be 1K on the low end. Popke
This
says
company.
PET fumes toxic.
I think PETG does have fumes. Yes. A lot of stuff you print with will have fumes. God, I found the design. I just load the page up.
The Wolf of the Seven says you don't fully melt it, just cut it into a strip and pull it through a nozzle.
Or even printing it though is gonna do it. Precious Plastics. Fuck, why did it take me so long to find that? That's who I'm looking at. Precious Plastics. Institute, blah, 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 blah. Where's Precious Plastics website? Fuck it. I'll just look them up. Why did that take so long?
Popke says print is going to at least burn around the edges.
What? Melted right. It's not gonna burn it. It's gonna melt it. We don't take it to its burning temperature. In fact, we're just edging on the glass transition temperature. We don't want to. We don't fully melt the plastic while we're 3D printing. That would be bad. It would just pour out of the nozzle like a liquid. We don't want that. So we're not even. I don't even think we fully get it to its glass transition temperature. So we don't burn it. There is a method for. There's some modifications you can do to your printer, and you can literally just take bottles and you
Sammy says that is daddy.
you cut the bottle into strips using a jig. It's really easy. The bottle basically acts like a spool, and as you're pulling away the strip, it like unspools itself. It's really cool. Thing is you have to prepare the bottle beforehand, and it's a whole process to do that. because you can't have like ridges or bumps in the bottle. The bottle has to be perfectly smooth, which there's ways to achieve even with bumpy bottles. But yeah, so you can just honestly print, just literally slice a bottle and then plug it into a 3D printer and just print it directly as if it were PETG filament, because it basically is at that point. The shape different makes like the extruding a little bit weird, and you need to make sure your printer can extrude like a slightly flat strip rather than like a circular thing, but it's possible, and I've seen people do it. In fact, I watched a video of a guy who did the whole process, and he even showed how he
Says the only issue with PET bottles is their additives.
yeah, but still fine. As long as I don't breathe that shit. Okay, so Precious Plastics. You can go to their website, and all of these machines, you can buy these machines directly from them, but I'm pretty sure you can buy kits too. Like, so you can buy it as a kit and put it together yourself. You got starter kits. And they have a few different machines. What do they got? And they have programs for setting up community spots and stuff. Which, honestly, if I had opened up that store that I wanted to open up before COVID made that a really, really, really bad idea, I probably would have got in touch with these guys and joined them and gotten these machines. So they've got a plastic shredder. They've got an extrusion, like, for making filament machine. They've got or I guess it's not set up for making filament. It's literally you can make big extrusions with it. That's cool. And then they have one that's a injection molding machine. And then I don't know what this one is. This one looks like a vacuum forming table, maybe, or some sort of press. I don't know what this last one is. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Although that print is almost done.
3D printer.
So this is kind of what they got going on. And we'd want this, and we want to modify this. In fact, we could have they probably have a different version of this because we don't need this version of it. The shredder, we need the shredder. But we could also, like, this will make like 2x4s out of plastic and stuff. We could actually recycle a lot of plastic with this. Sheet press. Okay, cool. And then the injection, we could do a lot with the injection molding machine too. We just, making the molds would take some work. But yeah, we need just the shredder, honestly, from these guys, because we could build probably a much cheaper extrusion machine, because we don't need to extrude 2x4s. We don't need that much plastic. We just need to extrude a little bit. So we could buy probably a cheaper extruder and this shredder. How much does this shredder cost? Machines. Basic, Pro, and alright, so go to the basic.
How much is the shredder?
Yeah, let's take a look. Shredder.
7 says 5-16K.
Material costs? Yeah.
7 says euros.
Yeah. Material cost alone is over 1,000 euros.
Instead of shredding.
Maybe I could look into something like that. If I'm going to melt into beads, why wouldn't I just if I can get it to melt, why wouldn't I just melt it directly into filament? Maybe there's a process for beading it? I don't know. If you have a process for, like, beading it that doesn't involve me dropping it into water or something, I'd look at that. Because I'm definitely interested. Yeah, their extrusion machine is ridiculously expensive. So we need the cheapest version of their shredder. We could take their because they have a whole, like, manifest
Sam
and
says you'd probably want to turn them into, like, pellets or something.
If there was an easy way to melt them into pellets, why wouldn't we just melt them directly into...
He says probably could do it with a tumbler, not sure how viable that is though.
We'd make dust in a tumbler, wouldn't we? And we don't want dust. We're trying to get rid of microplastics. I avoid sanding my prints for that reason. What's the map all about? I'm looking at it already. There's none around here. Fuck you, Wolf. You always flexing on me. Always flexing on me. So, if you go to that map, Wolf has one of these places, like, near him. Oh wait, I got one too, though. In Newmarket. I have to go up to Newmarket. That's kind of far, but not the worst. Not the worst. Now that's Workshop. I wonder what they have. It's a machine shop, and I don't know if you're allowed to go there. Print's done! They offer services. Machining, welding, assembling, and mold making. What about the one near Wolf? What do they offer?
Family says that was a quick 5 hours.
No, the other one's 5 hours, the front face.
Article says soup's done.
They make mold making and machining. Oh, so I could just get the molds. We could, guys. You too, Wolf, because there's one near you. We could get the injection molding machine and this company near me. The one near Wolf is called Polyplastics. They'll make the injection molding molds. And this place, This place is actually just called Precious Plastics Canada. Interesting. And they'll also make molds. They'll do welding, too. You know what? I wonder if I could have... I wonder if they'll do aluminum welding. I wonder if I could send them my frame and they could weld it all together for me. And then we don't need all those corner brackets or anything like that. Now, the only part is I need to make sure that I can attach all of the components while the frame is completely assembled. I wonder how much they'd charge me to weld my frame together. Aluminum welding sucks. It might be expensive. It really sucks. And it's a... Fuck, I kind of wish I knew about these guys beforehand. I might have just had them make it.
Welding is such a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, it's the worst. And it's toxic. Very, very toxic. Do not breathe the aluminum gas. I have welded aluminum a few times in my life. I just don't have access to that shop anymore. I'm actually capable of doing all of this stuff. Funny enough. I just... You know, I learned a lot of it back in high school. We had a really good shop back in high school. And then when I was in, you know, my dad always maintained a really good shop. And he still has a pretty good shop. He has a MIG welder. But he doesn't have gas on it. About the same toxicity of League of Legends. Like, pretty up there. So my dad's got a pretty good shop that I have access to, but all the welds would look like ass because he doesn't have gas on his MIG. He's also got an oxy torch, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have...
He says I did some in HS, but it was set for steel welding, so we were using the wrong inert gas. Barnacle says that's pretty high levels of toxic.
Yeah, it's huge toxic. You can MIG weld without gas. It looks all, yeah. What? The change? Yeah, it's working today.
Is it even possible to weld aluminum without gas?
Yes.
Can you see a difference?
Yeah. It is. Don't do it. Don't even try to do it. Basically, oh fuck. Are you good at TIG welding? Because MIG welding aluminum without gas is like trying to weld butter together. It's the worst. The material,
Says I'm bad at all welding.
the material just wants to evaporate.
Don't eat any beans or something first.
It just wants to evaporate. It's the worst. All right, let's pull this off. You know what? Let's give it a few more moments. Actually, can you pop the door, please, hon?
No.
Let's do a power cool. Then we'll warm it back up in here.
No.
It'll be a lot easier if the bed's nice and cool.
No.
I hate welding aluminum, but in this case, I'm paying a company to do it for me, right? But fuck that. If we do that, let's get a steel frame built for a printer. Then we don't have to buy a big fucking heavy stone. Because one of the things I want here,
Barnacles says just pull out your pool gun.
one of the things I have on the bill of materials here is a 12-inch square penny paver, which is what we are going to put under the printer and secure the printer to give it a bit of extra weight so that it doesn't walk around while we're printing. Because it will walk around if we leave it just like it doesn't weigh enough. Even with a big, heavy, all-metal frame, it's aluminum. That printer's going to just walk out the door if I let it. And we don't want it. It's expensive. We don't want it running away from home. So we're going to tie it to a fucking slab. It's listed as optional, but I'm pretty sure we're going to need it. The other option we were talking about, if I'm not worried about, like, if I'm not worried about moving the printer, I'm just going to bolt it down to whatever surface it's on. And that's what we're going to do originally. I know that penny saver is like $3, but it's $3 of budget that I'm already like $80 over budget on. I'm supposed to be like waiting a month and getting more money before I spend more money. And that has not happened. I just keep spending more money.
Sandy says new printer streamer.
So this is our next part we're going to print. As soon as we end up pulling this off the bed, we'll switch over and start printing that, and we'll hang out for a bit. We're not going to stay for the whole thing. It's going to be a 5-hour print. 5 hours and 1 minute. We're not sticking around for the whole thing, but we'll stick around for a while. I'll hang out a bit. So yeah. If we don't raise more money via like the tips, then all I have to do is just wait for stuff like sub money and patron money to come in. Usually takes me a while before I get payouts from Twitch because I'm not that big. I have a modest amount of very awesome supporters. So it takes me a little while to get a payout on Twitch. And things are a little better over on Patreon because I don't have to wait for Twitch for the payouts, but I still have to wait before I can do for their money to be there. So, you know, still a bit of an issue. So this is going to get built. I swear, we're building this printer. Just, it's going to take us a little while to get all the different bits and pieces. And while I'm talking about it, I'm thinking we should take this and probably put it over here because we'll be on the screen a lot, talking about this a lot. And I should also add another $30 to that because well, actually, what did I actually spend? I'm counting that as a part of the contributions to it. Hold on. Let me go onto Amazon and see what I actually spent. That's on the filament. That does mean I can mark it off on the bill at least, because I do have it on there as something we were hoping to buy. $29.37. I'm adding it because it counts towards it. Why am I not logged in? Just log me in. be logged in. Stream Elements. How do I haven't fully gotten used to Stream Elements yet. Do I have to do it inside the no, I don't have to do it inside the overlay. It should be under tipping settings. Somewhere where I can just add. I thought it was under activity feed. Let's just pop out. Mark as red. Can re-alert. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I think it's here. Yeah. All right, found it. All right. What did I say the price was again? $29.37. $29.37. Yeah. I'm gonna use my own name. Why not? Yay! And yes, it's an imported tip. Submit it. Oh, what? Oh, the PayPal email. Yes. Submit it. Yeah. I want an alert. Give me an alert. Okay. I want my own alert. Yeah. Oh, do I need both overlays to make that work? Whoops. There it is! Well, I don't know if I should be on that page. Let's go back to Precious Plastics for a second while I steal that overlay. Copy. Paste. There. Now if alerts go off, they should go off properly, even if we're just watching the print go down. So Precious Plastics. That might not be the best option. Those are really expensive. Really, really expensive. I mean, the problem is the shredder, he's after the turtles. I mean, the shredder is kind of necessary that it be really beefy if you're like grinding up stuff. Sadly, did we have any ideas when it came to possibly
says need to salvage a motor?
Yeah. Big old DC motor. Could make it gas powered. That'd probably shred things up pretty good. But then there's the cutting heads, like those rotary cutting head pieces. I say it's just solid metal. I don't think we're gonna get a cheap shredder. Maybe we should look into.
The Wolf of the Seven says like find a washing machine or dryer motor.
Yeah, that's doable. But then how do we like pelletize it or grind it? We need giant grinder heads, or I'm very interested in Popkey's idea of like pelletizing it, but how do we pelletize it without like a grinder or, you know? My mind's been going over that idea, trying to think of ways. There's probably smart people out there who've come up with something. Let's head over to the printer and pull this thing off the bed while I muse about somehow spraying molten plastic into the air and it pelletizing. I mean, that would work. It'd be stringy.
Just flip a lawnmower upside down.
Chuck it in there. I don't even need to put it upside down. We just lay a bunch of plastic parts out on the lawn.
The Wolf Werewolf of the Seven says, what about a wood chipper?
I don't know that that
Says,
would get us
turn
small
fire
enough.
into a cheese grater.
Cheese grater, actually. This is really stuck. It's still pretty warm. Maybe I should wait.
Werewolf of the Seven says, I have a small wood chipper.
How small pellets does it make?
I'd wait.
Ooh, I think this is gonna help. Yeah. I could wait a little bit longer. This would be a lot easier, but
Says it would be a start.
I want to get the next sprint started. I might have to wait though. This is nope, got it. All that EVA on there. The bridging on
Imagine,
the I don't know if you can see it, but the bridging on the inside looks real good.
imagine if you could just hot swap the glass plates.
If I had another one, I could. I mean, it's just
Werewolf
binder
of the Seven
clips.
says, stage 1, wood
They don't take
chipper.
much.
Stage 2, will it blend?
All right. These parts go into the parts bin, which is over here by the mic. Blender. I don't know. I think some of my parts might be too hard. The mechanism of a blender and like of a lawnmower could work. I feel like I'm going to generate too much heat though, and I might get melting inside the grinder. We kind of need something that's a slow, hard grind. We don't want a fast, light grind, because that'll just make clumps of plastic.
Werewolf of the Seven says, cotton
Yeah.
candy machine. Zero says, anything can be blended in a blend tech blender.
Well, are they... Can the blend tech guy come here? Can you like rent him? I would like to test it. Could I rent
Werewolf
the
of
blend
Seven
tech guy?
says, ever you read a brick?
How much does the blend tech guy cost? How much for one of him?
You're gonna get a Buntech blender?
No, the actual guy.
The guy?
Zero says, ever seen a turn to dust?
Give a man a blender and he'll blend for a blender. Give a man the blend tech guy and he'll blend for a lifetime.
I suppose we get about 40,000 he'll
Werewolf of the
you can
Seven
get him
says,
for like
iPhone
maybe a
smoke.
couple of commercials.
Commercials? I need him to blend stuff for me. I don't need commercials.
Zero says, don't read this.
Re-upping my glue layer. I do not want this print to come off the bed. I probably don't need the glue layer, but there we are. It's not going to come off the bed. Whoop. All right. It's warming up for the next print. 5 hours of it. My goodness. There it is. I don't know if I still have it. I used to have a neat
Werewolf of the Seven
visualization
says, the
plugin. Oh,
5-hour tour.
yeah. Just sit right back and I'll tell a tale. And then we'll watch a 5-hour print.
Werewolf of the Seven says, what layer height?
Point 2. Fuck it. We're not we're not trying to be fancy here. We just need functional parts. And honestly, layer adhesion, from what I understand, there's like a bell curve. And at these numbers, the 0.2 has better layer adhesion like than the 0.15
Werewolf of the Seven
or the
says, what
0.1.
kind of infill?
I think I left it on 40. Hold on, let me tell you. Yeah, it's on 40. This doesn't need 40% infill, but it's on 40. The reason it's on 40 is because all the structural parts were on 40, and I just built all of the printer parts off the same profile. It's not a big deal. It's only a few layers. There's not a lot of infill in this print.
Says triangles. Yo.
I don't even think it calls them triangles. It says infill. Cubic. That's cubic. You just don't see the cubes because there's not enough room for an entire cube to be generated. So those would be cubes if there was enough height. You could imagine like the cube on the inside, but we can't see it because of it's literally just like less. It's what? How many layers here? It's 4 layers of infill only.
Says how many top bottom layers?
6 bottom layers, 6 top
Says
layers.
I usually go for 4.
This is on 6. There's also 3 walls. There's usually defaultly 2 walls is usually fine. There's 3 walls on this. Normally, this part doesn't need it. I probably should have redone it, but and maybe I did. I'm not looking at the right G code. This is hold on. This is done.
Says if you drop it before it might save an hour.
Yeah, we're fine. Let's check the actual G code we're using. Case top. Yeah, it's still using the other settings. It's fine. I don't think we'll drop an hour because it's all top and bottom layers. Look at the entire print. It's all top and bottom layers. And I'm not going to turn down the top and bottom layers. I'd turn down the wall lines, top and bottom specifically because it is all just top and bottom. I don't know. I like having a few extra. Oh, there's not 6 top layers. Oh, yeah, there is. It's like 5. Weird that it didn't work out exactly to 6.
The Wolf of the 7 says on mine I've found 4 top layers is usually enough.
Usually? I know this part isn't going to experience any direct stress. It is still going to be part of a printer that is going to be vibrating like crazy. So
depending on layer height.
I've overbuilt a lot of the parts.
Family says direct stress.
Direct stress, but yeah. So this is just G code. I can't do anything like check the settings or anything like that. I can only analyze the G code.
Family says why not hexagon?
Why not? This is the one where we can actually look at it.
Popke says bow.
Yeah, not entirely necessary, but oh, it's starting up. Is the camera? Oh, camera's working. The overhead.
The Wolf of the 7 says it begins. Family says why not hexagon and fill?
Cubic's fine. Honestly, the cubic makes hexagons at one point. Focus. That's our first lines. They look good. Even on the camera, they look good. The focus is not happy about things.
Family says but hexagons are the best. Family says bestagons.
It's filled with hexagons.
The Wolf of the 7 says I've gone back to zigzag and fill.
Alright, let's let that first line go out. I'm going to show off these hexagons. These are hexagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are hexagons. Hexagon. That's a hexagon. Triangles and hexagons. Illuminatagons.
Family says but you said they were cubes.
Did I?
Sandy says without a.
A five-sided Vistagon?
The Wolf of the Seven says
Oh,
must
look, a
be
whole bunch of
good.
Star of Davids.
Xerox says Logan.
Flogon. That's what we're talking about. I think I'm getting it. I think that's okay. Some of those lines look a little squirrely, but this camera angle's not great. And like I said, because of the glass bed, sometimes it looks like plastic
Sandy
is
says
peeling up,
unfortunately,
but it's
no.
just literally that gap of transparentness between the aluminum and the surface of the glass. So like, you can see underneath the print at an angle, even when the print is perfectly adhered because the glass is clear. It freaks me out
Xerox
all the
says
time.
what, Logan?
I guarantee you this is all really stuck down hard to that glass, and some of it looks like it's floating above it.
And keep your foot off that blasted Sommel flange.
The fuck is the Samuel flange?
Sandy says Matt. Where are Logan?
Somewhere, I think.
What the fuck is a Samo flange?
I don't know, but keep your foot off that blasted Samuel flange. Alright, let's take a real eyeball look
Sandy
at it.
says good question.
Fuck is this
Sandy says
Samuel
what is
flange?
the Sam plane?
I don't know. That looks good.
It's a turbo encapsulator.
That looks real good. Now, it's the outlines of the first layer,
The Wolf
so
of the Seven says step
there's a
back.
whole lot more
Standing
print to
on
go.
the Sam plane.
Officer, he stepped on my Samuel flange. So that's it. That's pretty much it. I'm waiting for PETG to show up, because this is the last PLA part for the printer. I'm sorry.
Xerox says does the Sam plane have Logan?
Did I fuck up? I fucked something up.
The Wolf of the Seven says is this the rainbow filament still?
Yes. I think I fucked up the stream elements thing.
Well, shit. Stream's over. Bye bye. Time to restart.
No, it's... What does it say we're up to? 300?
Through 1811.
318.11. And we have spent in total... Oh, I need to add that. Hold on. How much did I say I spent on it?
The Wolf of the Seven says so we're into toothpaste color.
Hold on. I need to add this to the list. Yes, we are into toothpaste color. It should change color a little bit during this. 2937. I need to add it to... Oh no! Oh. 1K spool. Actually... Where it is. There it is. Insert one row below. 29.37 is what we spent on it, and it was the PETG. We're gonna make the ABS optional because we don't need the ABS if we have PETG. We'll make the PETG non-optional and say that it is bought. All right. So it says here we have spent $275.44. So technically, we're still ahead of the game. Between, yeah, I mean, yeah. The problem is at this point, like $150 of that has come from me. Let's see. The 29.37 I put in here, and then 120. So yeah, $150 of this is from my own contributions. And I feel like I pulled more out. But otherwise, Killshot has given me $100, and it looks like Barn has given me $10 towards this. So that's where all that money came from. Thank you, guys. Between me, Barnaby, and Killshot, we've dumped a bit of money into this. Particularly Killshot and myself have dumped kind of too much money into this. I at least appreciate that Killshot is coming along a bit for the ride on the I'm spending too much money train. I'm normally very frugal and I don't like to spend a lot of money. This is a bit killer for me. Throwing $150 at something that isn't my computer is a lot of money.
What was it? Like last night, Killshot and I were talking about how to design and plan for like a 20
Family
unit
says Matt
apartment
could be playing
complex.
RimWorld more.
Sorry, what did you say at the end there, Pyro? You were talking about what?
20 unit apartment complex. Like how much it would probably cost to pull it off.
To run one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, own and run.
You'd have to buy it first, which is pretty expensive. But after that, I mean, it's not that hard to maintain one of those buildings.
Yeah, if you like set up it properly, fucking rent would be like you get 200 or 2,000, 20,000 month for rent from each person.
I'm sorry, where are you doing it? I guess California?
Well, if you do it in California, but I'm saying like if you
If
have
somebody-
like 1,000
$20,000 per. Do you mean from everyone? Like the
from
whole.
everyone. Yes.
Yeah. You said per person. I was like, that's an expensive apartment. $20,000 a month. You get the
Yeah,
whole
but-
floor?
Well, you'd have like 20 units in
Zero
total, so you'd have.
Yeah,
like,
it's
100
not-
a
it's-
month.
It wouldn't be per. It would be.
You get 1,000
total.
per person, so you'd get 20,000 total per month.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you need to save some of that because if in a building like that, if something goes wrong, it's an expensive thing to fix.
Zero says
So
better include
after
water
buying
and
the
heat.
place, you're gonna want to obviously a lot of the money's going to go into paying the bank back because you're buying that partially with the bank's help.
Yeah.
You're not being able to afford that on your own, so you're gonna have to pay the bank back, and then the rest of the money just needs to get put away because if anything happens to that building, you have to pay for it. And then, yeah, after you got a good chunk in the bank, ready in case of emergencies, fuck it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Landlords make a good amount of money usually.
Yeah. But if I were to like buy the land for it and like build it myself, because I fucking know how
That's
to draw it up and I just have to get the plans approved.
but you mean build it yourself? Obviously, you can't build it yourself. You need like a actual like giant
Just be out
construction
there with a
crew.
fucking hammer and nail.
Yeah, like
Well, no, I have it designed and built and probably.
I
I'd
mean-
estimate 80 million.
depending on where,
Yeah.
like in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, yeah, 80 million. If you're planning
That's
on
just like, you should include free laundry and shit like that. I'm just like, that's a good idea.
Yeah, a lot of buildings include lots of cool free shit. Like, are you thinking you'd want a cool. Like, this is a ridiculous idea.
Says
Only
building
ridiculous
a
in that
building
it
is
takes a ton of
still
money. It's not
expensive compared to
impossible.
buying a place.
Yeah, it is expensive, but I mean, buying a place too is pretty expensive too. It just
If I build it, I can accurately do like the sound deafening and like structure
Family says
all
why
that other
not
shit.
just buy a place and
The
You're-
only
renovate it.
sucky part is that building it here in America is expensive.
yeah, you're gonna want to talk to a land developer and possibly partner up with a land developer for something like this. And honestly, a lot of your great ideas are gonna get shot down because they're too expensive and won't make enough money, aren't worth it, quote unquote. You know, it's
And an
it's a
ADA
great
requires
idea.
a huge footprint because you have to have everything accessible by wheelchair, which means you also need to have an elevator.
Yeah, you don't have an apartment building. You should probably have an
Approval
elevator
of the
anyway.
7 Says 3852 3DS seeds mine.
So why aren't you mining the seeds exactly, Wolf? Is this to like unlock certain like locked games or something?
Popke says got it built a giant apartment underground.
That'd be cool.
Well, that'd be interesting as well.
That'd be a selling point. You could sell to people who
Doomsday
are just
Prep.
quirky, but you could also, yeah, preppers. Preppers would love that. Prepper hotel would be amazing, or
But
prepper
these-
apartments.
Aren't going to be like 2-3 bedroom apartments. It's just going to be a small studio
The
apartment.
Wolf of the 7
Yeah,
says
fuck it.
split out.
Bachelor pads.
You could do that underground.
Popke says graveyard shifts.
Need a few grave diggers is what you need. Get that all dug out.
Xerox says 3DS seeds for period.
Just because. I just asked that.
The Wolf of the 7 says custom 3DS firmware.
So I didn't know this when I started fucking around with my like GBA and my 3DS carts, and we were messing around with like playing online
The Wolf of the 7
DS games.
says I'm providing a service.
But legitimately, there is a resurgence right now in like modding and messing around with like Nintendo DS and like, well, yeah, the DS family of hardware and stuff right now. So that's pretty cool. I think that's neat. And we were inadvertently part of it because even though I didn't know, I mean, we did a bunch of streams on
The Wolf of
replacing
the
those
7
batteries
says because
and
Nintendo Online stuff is shutting down.
but we found the new Nintendo Online. Nintendo Online's been like the original like Wi-Fi connection version has been shut down for a while. So we just found another one and used that instead, like a fan made one. And it worked. It was working about as well as Magica was
The Wolf of
working.
the 7 says on the 3DS.
No, that was a buggy mess though.
You know? That's what we kept saying, you know, at least it's you know, we kept calling it Phantasy Star Zero. Every time we were referencing Phantasy Star Zero, it's because Phantasy Star Zero was crashing for us like every 2 seconds. In emulator. It was fine on hardware, but not everybody could get their hardware working online, and there were still some weird issues, like, yeah, there were still some issues. It would be fun if we could get a few hardware hacked people to go try that again with, see if it works. But I think even hardware mode, it wasn't crashing, but I think we were losing synchronicity in multiplayer. So we'd like still sort of be in each other's games, but we would we'd get disconnected and like our positions would be misreporting, and like progress was still being counted. So that's at least cool. But yeah. I did a lot of testing on my own as well. I have a couple DSs and a couple flash cards. Actually, on my DS right now, I have Windows 3.0, the extended media edition.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's fucking around. And I was like, well, sure, I'll install fucking an old x86 system onto my DS. I was like, well, this should run Windows. And it do. It do. Let's see. Let me see if I can. I got it up here. Mouse is off.
The Wolf of the Seven says, have you seen that Tomb Raider running on GBA?
Tomb Raider. Yeah, I've seen that. They got it actually running on like everything right now. All right. Windows setup. VGA 320 by 200 with 256 colors. Enhanced 101 or 102 keyboard. PS2 mouse and no network installed.
Is not a 3D system.
Yeah. I had Minecraft installed on GBA. Forget 3D the DS. The GBA can run Minecraft.
Oh shit.
It's called raycasting. And yeah, there's a lot of cool shit. Fucking what's that guy's name? It's 3D Sage. 3D Sage on YouTube. Check him out. You can download his GBA ROMs and play them on the original hardware.
Says it runs Java.
I might actually have that to show you. But yeah. Here. This is I wonder if you'll be able to read this. This is me running Windows 3.0 on the DS. Oh, I should move that way. I don't think you can read that, can you? Showing my Windows setup screen there. I was trying to play Solitaire, but the screen's too small to play it easily, but I've just now discovered how I can make that work. So I will now be able to play Solitaire. I'll just have to use my trigger buttons to scroll the screen back and forth. Alright, let me see on the GBA and see what's loaded on there. Because if it's loaded on the GBA, I'm going to show it off. Please be on there. Oh. I don't think it's on there. It didn't even load up anything. It just loaded to a white screen. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that that's not rigged up for GBA mode. I'm curious to know what's on that cartridge now. I suppose I could throw it in the DS and see if it loads anything up. Huh. No? Cartridge seems to be invalid at the moment, which I'm not sure what I did with it. I was testing a lot of stuff out, so I may have like tried to program some test stuff onto it, because I had a bunch of stuff on there. Oh yeah, I know what's on there and why it's not working. I was trying to patch a DS game to get it working. Because this is the cartridge that I'm talking about. It's an old GBA cartridge, but because it's older, I can do a little bit more kind of with it as far as messing with files to try and get them to work. Some interesting patching options available on that old system, whereas the new ones are basic patching. It's it. They're all sort of. It's all been figured out and happens. It's not basic. It's very in depth, but like it all happens automatically. For the user, it's basic. This is all automatic. There's no. I guess I could find patching utilities that would work so that I could do it all manually, but the tool I have right now just does it all automatically.
The Wolf of the Seven says, I don't think this is ray casting.
Is it the Tomb Raider one? For sure, raycasted. Yeah, it's raycasted. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, I've seen it before. Like I saw it, even 3D Sage was talking about it in one of his videos. Why wouldn't that be? I mean, again, you're making me doubt myself. I thought it was raycasted, but what in this video would signify that it's not? I'm just watching it like. Pretty sure it's raycast. I need to be able to spell. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I found it in a bug report. But in a bug report, it states that, where's the summary? OpenLora's raycasting is not precise, and it does what? No, I want the comments. It's using portals and raycasting. Yeah, just like Duke would have used.
The Wolf
Yeah.
of the Seven says HMM, okay.
Well, now I'm curious. I want to delve into it because I'm very interested. Like I said, like I had the Minecraft for GBA loaded on my GBA for a while. I wish I still had it on there right now. So yeah, I think it is, but it might not be because it doesn't have a 3D processor, right? So like it has to be raycasted, doesn't it? What is there another way we could do 3D without 3D? Is it using funky sprites like the Saturn?
It could be voxel.
I mean, that would be harder. The only thing I could think, like, because the way, I think it was the Dreamcast, one of the Sega consoles, it faked 3D by using square sprites that it could manipulate into all kinds of different shapes and squish and stuff. So that's how they did 3D. It was sprites, which is cool. So it could be the only two options are sprites or raycasting, and it doesn't look like sprites. It could be though. It could be. each poly basically is its own sprite. I don't know that the GBA has that many sprites on screen at once, though. That's a lot, because just for Laura, think of every poly in just Laura or Lara herself, and each one of those would need to be its own sprite. And I don't know if the GBA can do the warping of a texture on a sprite like that anyway. Or, well, I guess it doesn't need to be a texture, but I don't know if it can warp the sprites and skew them like that. Because in order to give, like, a square sprite a 3D perspective, you have to, like, skew it, right? And,
Yeah.
That is cool, though, that I think it's awesome that console, technically, not 3D. It doesn't need like a 3D graphics processor. It's just taking sprites and changing the shape of them. Must have been almost impossible to program for. I am curious though. I'm gonna read more into Open Lara, a bit, because I think on other systems it uses like proper 3D.
Like the Saturn, then.
Saturn, that was the one. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like almost 3D. The console, looking at it, you'd be like, "That's 3D," but not yet, not truly. And just like the GBA or the DS, they don't have a real 3D yet. I don't know, did the DSi or the 3DS get like a proper 3D chipset on it or no? God, what was the first real 3D on console? Would that have been the 3DFX chip? Was that proper 3D?
Says DS has 3D on the title.
It does? What's the graphics on a 3D or a DS? I didn't think it had a dedicated like 3D chip on it. Oh, this was the 3DS. I imagine the 3DS would have had something. But the OG DS? I don't know. Does it contain a GPU? Oh, well, somewhere around the Nintendo DS ARM 66 MHz processor contain a real graphics unit used for triangle setup. Interesting. Oh my god. Think portable Saturn. That's what somebody says. I mean, I'm just reading some posts. It does have graphics banks. It's got two 2G engines, one for each screen. Very similar to the GBA 2D engine, except beefed up. Tied to the first 2D engine is the 3D engine. Supports basic hardware transformation, and then you can probably apply that to either screen. It also supports quick, dirty spectrum and light method. I remember this. When I was doing programming for the DS, I remember there were graphics modes tied to each screen, but then you could like there was a extra graphics modes, and you could only use one per, but you could apply them to either top or bottom. So that makes sense. There's a graphics card in there. Rudimentary. It's not like a 3D accelerator. It appears to be some sort of trigonometry chip, but that's
the
good.
DS was designed for games to be 3D. While 3D was fudged and probably like it was on the SNES.
Interesting. That being said, I'm pretty sure the DS version of Laura is still raycasted, and for sure the GBA one is. But even with using raycasting, having a trig chip would be useful. It helps a lot because like you need to figure out the distance to a lot of things, and we end up just using the square distance to save cycles, right? You could actually square root them, like things like division and square root. Those take a lot of cycles. So if there's any way to avoid those, we do. So using that chip though, you might be able to do some of those like higher level functions in less cycles, or in parallel cycles, so they happen just as quickly. So it could help. Even if you're raycasting, having those like basically math chips is what they are, will help.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says just always divide by a power of 2, then it's easy.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're going, yeah, there's tricks like that you can use, like just using the squares or always dividing by a power of 2 when you can, or Doom, OG Doom, the way they got around it, they just used lookup tables for a lot of the divisions because it's faster to go reference a table to see what the result should be rather than actually do it, and it's precise enough. It's not perfectly precise, but it's precise enough. So they used lookup tables. I love that stuff. But yeah, I don't do like a lot of promotional stuff, blah blah. But if you're interested in like old hardware and neat 3D tricks and programming, any of those things or all of them, check out 3D Sage on YouTube. His channel is amazing. He made a functional, creative version like of Minecraft on the GBA. You can get in there, you can build away and design stuff, and then if you wanted to, you could go take that and actually build it in Minecraft. Like it's that functional that you can place blocks on multiple levels, and it's basically like a creative mode, and it works, and it's all ray traced. It's cool. It's very cool. When I was making my Raycaster engines, because I made like 3 or 4 of them fucking around, I used his tutorials and a couple other tutorials pretty heavily.
It's Easter and I'm gonna have a Smartie.
It's Easter. Merry Zombie Jesus.
Chris, those multiple calls from Curtis for them driving home.
Mm-hmm.
They went to Colonel Mustard's in Markham.
Mm-hmm.
I guess meeting Simon halfway.
Fun.
So Chris told me that Curtis was the life of the entire bar. And I was like, yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what went on today.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to tell me.
Yeah, well, we kept getting calls for most of it.
So...
Sir Wolf of the Seven says I will be back in 3 days.
Well, I gotta go. I got some lumber to hang out with.
Said he lost his wallet. And Chris like, no, you fucking did. Don't. Don't tell me. Oh no, I found it, got it. Oh god.
Oh my god. Fucking retro Curtis. I like it. I mean, once in a while it's fine. It kind of probably is good for his psyche. I don't know if you guys know, but that guy whose computer that I was working on, who passed away, getting all the files off of it, he was pretty close with Curtis. So Curtis has been pretty bummed. He had a good night out with the boys, it sounds like. That's good.
That's what they were doing. That's basically what they were doing.
Yeah.
They did a night out for Pool Speak.
Yeah.
But you needed to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Oh god. I want to keep them all,
That job's pretty much done. I'm just buying an enclosure for this little SATA hard drive I have, this little 2.5 incher, and I'm just gonna send the whole hard drive over. Just be like, here you go. Just, I don't want to deal with the hassle of like, where do we put these files? Where can you store them? Here's 15 DVDs full of files. You know what I mean? I don't want to do any of that garbage. I don't want to be like, here's a hard drive. Figure it the fuck out. If I just bought an enclosure for like $8. This is a drive out of some old laptop that ended up getting scrapped. So I'm just gonna hand the whole thing over. Easy peasy. And then the widow can has the choice to do whatever she likes with it. Keep it simple. Cost me a couple extra bucks, but makes life infinitely easier for her. Regarding this one particular thing. And then, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with this computer, because I don't know that it's... In its current state, reselling it isn't really an option. It is an i5.
Sammy says, Matt, have you found slogans yet?
Not yet. It's a second gen i5, so, I mean, there's life in it. It could be useful for something. It's got 4 gig of RAM, which is a big problem. I might have RAM laying around that will fit in it, so I could upgrade that RAM. But at that point, I'm now putting money into it, so reselling it kind of becomes like either a split the profits situation or, yeah. I have lots of parts I could stick into it, and we could probably try a resale of it, but I could also, yeah, I could put it to use. As, sure, a router, but I mean, I have nice routers now. I bought nice routers that I get to control 100% because my ISP is a dickhead, and their shit just got put into bridge mode because I'm not dealing with the garbage of like not being able to port forward like a normal port forward. I don't want their silly port forwarding and their limitations to port forwarding that just shouldn't exist. So I just bought real routers, like nice ones.
Says I'm using an 8164 with 2 GB RAM for my router.
Nice. That's not bad. I was thinking maybe a NAS or something NAS-like, but then I have to buy, I don't have like a SATA controller card, and I'm not sure how many SATA ports it'll have. I could also see about replacing a bunch of the guts with my other system.
10% of that RAM.
Well, then you're just using too much of a computer. But I don't really need a router.
Says and up to 35% of that CPU, but usually under 5.
I don't know what I would do with an extra computer right now. Maybe I stick it full of RAM, throw some hard drives in it, let Ange take it and use it. Although I think her processor and her computer might be better. And certainly she has more RAM than this thing. I'd have to beef the RAM up. I gotta double check the server, see what it's running. I forget what hardware we're running. I remember we did an upgrade on it.
Says I want to find something else so that uses less power. Maybe I can underclock it.
You're using a full fucking computer. It's time to get like a microcomputer, and they're all microcomputers. You know what I mean? Like an IoT style computer on that shit. Like, I'm sure a Pi 3 would do it just fine. Maybe even a Pi 2. And honestly,
The Wolf of the 7 says I think it uses 30 to 70 watts.
as much as you might not want to use USB for your network, which is probably fine. I think they have USB 3 on those. You could buy a hat that breaks it out into a bunch of network ports. I'm sure they make those, in fact, like
The Wolf
for
of the
that
7
use.
Says measured at the wall.
A hat for the Pi that just literally breaks out into a whole bunch of network ports.
Ilchuk says well you could use a lot of that.
It's Killshot!
So mad.
He's
Have you named
here.
the super printer?
No, not yet. We have not named the super printer.
The Wolf of the 7 says the Pi 4 compute module has key.
Ooh, there you go. You just get a PCIe card with a whole bunch of slots on it. We have not named the printer yet.
Sammy says I suggest slogan.
We'll have to think about it. Maybe we'll let whoever contributes the most money name it. That might be dangerous though, because currently, I mean, it's me, but I don't get to be in the running, right? I don't count. So currently, if that's the method we use to pick how to name it, the printer is called VHS Store, and I don't know if that's what we want to do just yet. Because yeah, aside from me, Killshot has contributed $100, which is the most amount of money anyone's contributed.
Zirich says I like his name slogan. Ilchuk says oh I know Z like the Nissan.
But yeah, maybe we'll figure out some way to figure out a name for. I feel like
Ilchuk says Fab Car ATM.
should we?
Sammy says Matt it's the only way we can find slogan. Sammy says please Matt. The Wolf of the 7 says printer. Sammy says I need closure.
I still don't know what slogan is. I have to find and
The Wolf of the 7
understand.
says print
first.
PS.
What are we looking? What are we looking for, Wolf? I must figure out the secrets of Plogan. I've discovered this tonight. One thing I've learned tonight is I must find Plogan. Imagine how fast this is going to print. So, when we try to print really fast, well, I'm going to do stuff like this and try and print it. But I might do it so, like, see how right now it's going angled?
Says if
I
your
might try
name
to
is
get it to
slogan,
do
I'll throw
straight
another
lines
100
rather than
if you
angled
cannot
lines.
Name it that. Zirich says print speed.
Wait. Well, that's counterintuitive, Killshot. Now you make me want to name it Plogan so that you give me $100
Player Logan.
so that I'll change the name. So anyways, it's going to take a few more dollars to get all the parts for Plogan, but Plogan is on its way. We're almost done with the 3D printed frame parts. And then we have to 3D print some head parts as well. So we're not done with 3D printing, but just this part. But Plogan's coming along. I can't keep it up. We're not sticking with the name Plogan. I'm just messing with Killshot. Maybe we are. I don't know yet.
Sammy says
I must find
Plogan.
Plogan. I have to find Plogan. Then we'll decide what we're naming it.
Says did Plogan do 911?
So, I kind of don't want to move the goalposts while we're playing. But when we hit that $100 or $400 goal, I need to make a new goal.
Hero of the 7 says Plogan. Fly ball.
I should get rid of this ABS price. Let's just set it to 0. And I'm just going to make a note here. Insert note. We don't need this. Because we're going to use PETG. Alright, so we don't need that. So we're up to 780. So, like, 380. Might as well just do 400, because it's 380.64. And it's still going to be more expensive. That's the estimated cost. And if I've learned anything from my estimated cost, it's been growing exponentially. We originally thought this was going to cost $400 was what we thought this was going to cost. A little less maybe, like we thought we were giving ourselves a little bit of leeway with $400. All right. I should have known better. Literally double that is what the estimate is. And the estimate is probably low. We've already spent close to $300. Why is that diff not coming up correctly? D17, that's the whole range.
Hero of the 7 says Rich Job. The horse.
Hold on, I'm looking at I've missed something here. According to this, we've spent $28 on something that I haven't listed here. The Teflon tubes and fittings, that was the last thing we bought. It's properly listed. The PET, the last thing before the PETG. The PETG is the last thing we bought. It's properly listed. And I've set the ABS to be $0 because we don't want it anymore. Why do I have a $28 discrepancy? That's about the price of the PETG. Maybe.
Sammy says the best part about everything is everybody trying to figure out what Plogan is.
Alright, let me go to actual cost.
He says porn.
Oh, yeah. Actual cost does not include the purchase of the spool. So I'm going to change this from ABS 1 kilogram spool to PETG 1 kilogram spool. And how much did that cost? Because we actually have the actual cost of that now. It was $29.37. Okay, this is going to fix our discrepancy. Actual cost. We have bought that much. And that should $304. Yay! But our discrepancy is still really low. I hadn't updated the actual cost page. I only updated the estimated cost page. Oh, lame. I can't zoom this page in. But if you look here, it might be a little hard to read. Here, hold on. bum 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 bum. Well, let's go up to 18. Wow.
Roll of the 7 says control plus.
It doesn't work on this page. I tried. All right, so this is our like cost, all parts, no optional part, or all optional parts, which eventually we're gonna need to get there. Like we have the optional parts are just for like the beginning frame stuff. Like why are these fonts all different? Whatever. Up here, like things that are listed as optional are like the boards because we don't need them yet. Part cooling fans, a new LCD module. The hot end is listed as non-optional, but it's optional for now.
The roll of the 7 says isn't tax 13%.
Hey, yeah. I forgot. We're homogenized now, aren't we? This is going to change things up and make my discrepancies even worse, but oh well. Alright. The estimated, that made just the estimated lower is all, which sucks. Because, yeah. And it brought up my discrepancy, the difference, which is now up to $6.21 versus our estimate. Which, not bad. I've estimated fairly well. But yeah. Total spent, 304. The estimated by now is about 298. So we're, yeah, not bad. But yeah, we are going to need like $800. Which is, yeah, another 500 on top of what we've kind of already raised. That's a lot of money. Good news is, we don't need it all right now. I have time. We have time. Over the months, my Patreon will generate some money. Twitch will generate some money. We'll be able to do the rest of the $500. Maybe we name it Flogan or whatever, and Killshot gives us another $100. You know, that'll get us there.
13% for selling that it's hard to switch to 13 even though it's been 13 for years now.
Yeah, it was like 15 for practically my entire life previous to it switching. So yeah, it really got like sort of ingrained in there. Yeah. Want to see my printed part sheet? There's some things broken on this, but everything green is good to go. It means we have enough. So anything in this row here, I should say. In this row here, everything with the green, we have the parts.
We're at 7.5 here.
Which is cool. You'll notice the ones that aren't are actually... We can update this. We printed that. We printed that. Now we're just waiting on the top, which is printing right now. So other than the one that we're printing right now, you'll see that these ones have gaps. And that's because those are the ones we're going to print in PETG. You'll see it's the Y motor mount, the Y belt tensioner, and the Y belt block. And the reason we're waiting for the PETG is because I'm pretty sure it says ABS actually right here, which we're not doing ABS. I can update that. I can just update the cost. What was the cost? We use actual cost. Actual cost of the PETG spool.
The rule of the 7 says 15 is easier to calculate in your head.
That's cool because that's cheaper. Oh, it's actually almost this. It's 20 something cents cheaper. Whatever. It's whatever. So that'll update this cost here. And did I fixed this, right? So these are all times C17. Yeah, okay. So those are all fixed now. So this is the actual cost in materials of the 3D printed parts. Just materials. And that's only the parts that are already completed. This is how many hours we've been printing for and stuff. Yeah. So the total is 56.65 hours. So that's what, like 56 hours and 35 minutes or so. So 3D printing is pretty cheap because I worked it out in the past, and it's around 3 cents an hour to print. So honestly, multiply this by 0.3, and then add it to 31, and sure, we've spent $35 in 3D printing. Let's do that actually. Okay, so this equals, let's take the hours times, and we'll just hard code it in here, 0.3. That gives us $16. Steal this formatting. Where's the formatting? There it is. $17. All right, and we can just sum those.
Family says, but what about labor costs?
I'm cheap. Equals. I don't even need to use the proper sum. I can actually just do that. There you go. Because I'm only ever going to sum the two numbers. So yeah, almost $50 in printing.
For Wolf of the Seven.
Approximately.
More than 4 hours. You might need to see a doctor.
Yeah, $50 in printing. It's a chunk. It's a chunk. It's a lot of printing, and there's a few more parts to go. It's a lot of material. So far, it's about a half a kilogram, almost 400 grams.
Family says if you use your printers to make income, that's technically a labor cost.
Yeah. And about 147 meters of filament has been used. Now that's not all off the same roll, because we printed the feet out of TPU, and we printed everything else off of PLA. So everything else has been off the same roll so far. But we're going to swap things out. Like, if I'm getting nice...
Family says I need the stats. Matt.
If I'm getting nice space gray... This is all stats. If I get nice space gray PETG, I'm going to print all the head shit out of PETG as well. So I'll be adjusting all this stuff, probably, with the arrival of the PETG.
Says honestly, all casts are labor costs.
So yeah, this group, like, this is all the head stuff. These guys are all head, so we can ignore those. So out of this is all frame stuff. That's it. That's all we have left is just those four. And one of them's going to be here in 4.5 hours. So, cool. We're getting close. Assembly day is coming very soon. Assembly day is coming. These blue ones are optional stuff that I don't think I'm going to use them. I could put a fan on. We'll reprint this version of the file, the ANET board mount with fan. In fact, we'll probably see if the mounting options are the same, because we're going to probably replace the board. So we may want to, like, redesign this entire mount with a fan. Yeah, sure, but, like, it's not going to be an ANET board, so we may have to redesign the board mount completely.
I like the -5 feet.
Yeah, I made a lot of feet. It's fine. We need -5 feet. I lost them, and then I found them.
Family says, but so many.
It was fun printing them, too. I might make more. Like they're actually useful. Like if it's a real product, like
Family
it
says
says
I
listed
have
on
to
BOM
buy.
printed instead. Like I was supposed to buy
Family says
feet.
put them in the box.
They're in the box now. Yeah, I got them in there. But it was I printed those. It was pre-box. Those are the first printed parts I made. So it was pre-box. But now box.
Says 6 feet forward.
5 feet back. I have 11 completed feet. Happens. Oh yeah.
Family says but mad.
I'm excited. This printer is going to
Family
be
says that you
ridiculous.
need 6. Family says you printed 11.
That's 4 for me to take home.
Zero says we're the last one.
What's funny is I printed 1 and then I printed 2 sets of 5. It's actually, you can see it in here. Hey, here's an exclusive for you non-patrons. Sorry, patrons. Yeah, super printer. Oh, media.
The roll of the 7
Two votes.
says one was
Getting a little
requisitioned for
spoiler.
other purposes.
Is it here? Oh, all prints. Here it is. I printed 1. Then I printed 5. Magic. Then I printed those. And base. Then the board mount. Or the power supply mount. Then the board mount. Then a lot of the then a camera thing happened. Then a print fail happened. But yeah,
Zero says
this is
that
all
the
the
final
X-axis
name
stuff, or
is
Z-axis stuff. I ended up using not the right file because I split it up, obviously. So yeah, it was 1 foot and then 5 feet. I love the fight. I love this. Clearly I made a mistake.
Says it's just that big.
Clearly I made a mistake when I set up my time-lapse settings for this print. Like, where are the other ones? And then they just appear. It's just like, boop, now there's 5 of them. I love that time-lapse. I clearly screwed up, but I still love it. Pop. So yeah, this is... Now I need to update this because we have a lot more time lapses to go. Remember earlier I said I had a failure. I had a print and I got a time lapse, but I fucked up the camera. That's it. Where is it? There we go. Right there. And you can watch the reel right here in the back. It's time lapsing the whole time if you watch that reel. It goes really fast there for a second.
The roll of the 7 says asterisk wave printer head over bed asterisk.
Yeah, it's magic. I love this mode. So another thing too. I wonder if I can frame advance. Yes, I can. Oh, I can't. It's not single frames. It's going by a few frames at a time. Because there's 2 frames in here that say print fail. I wonder how I advance 1 frame at a time if I can. I don't think I can. But you can see, if you look here, that print, that top edge, isn't completed. It's not done. The nozzle has jammed. The printer is broken. This is where I spend an entire day fixing the printer. And then after I fixed the printer, I hadn't put the camera back. So, look, you can even see, if you look over here, you can see the Z-axis just creeping up slowly. And then, yeah, I fixed the camera. Turns out I didn't actually fix the printer, and that print failed. The first one went okay, but it was a very small piece. In fact, you can see what piece it was, because I printed another one. There it is. That piece. Which reminds me, on here, we need to go to wire holder and say we have printed 2 wire holders. Oh no, we had printed one wire holder. Oh, it already is. No, we had updated it. Oh crap. But one. Okay. Boom. So we completed 2. So this one, you notice that one was -5. This one is already -1, and that's correct. Because I printed 2 of them. I only technically need 1, but look at it. I could totally use that wire holder in a bunch of different places. That's actually a useful part outside of just the printer. Plus, I didn't get footage of me printing it. Thank goodness it was just the wire holder. But, I mean, I was testing the printer, and this is a 22-minute print, so I was like, that is a good print to test with. The quick one, that if it screws up, I haven't wasted a ton of plastic. Yeah, this one failed pretty hard. You can actually see, like, look at the layer just missing right there. When I peeled it up, like, it just came into 2 pieces, like, no problem. Like I was pulling 2 slices of bread apart. Complete failure. So yeah, we've had 1 complete failure here. And then camera fail doesn't count. Right? It was like bread. Camera, that print, even though the camera failed, the print succeeded. And this print right here kind of looks like it failed, and it did technically fail. Those parts are good enough. I thought about it, and I don't know why I tried to reprint one of them. Because they're good enough. Good enough. Okay. And this actually brings me to a point from earlier. Remember earlier when I said because of the glass bed, it makes it look like my prints are pulling off of the bed? I guarantee you this edge right here is like smushed tight to the bed, but it looks like there's a gap.
Print is very colorful.
Yeah.
Family says I'm proud of it.
That's this rainbow filament, man. If you watch here, from after the feet, watch the color of all the prints. Watch after the feet. Now watch the color. Blue, greeny, bluey, and then bluey, and then blue into greeny into yellow, then yellow to red to bluey, and then a lot of that camera fail. And then more of the blue, and then a little bit more of the blue. And then if we add the ones from tonight, it's gonna go like from the blue to the green, you know? You can actually follow, I'm putting them all in order of the filament as I printed them so that you can literally follow the color gradient from the beginning to end, which is awesome. These don't count, these are a different material.
Says, are you time-lapsing the current print?
Yes. I'm time-lapsing every print. That's why I included the camera fail one, because it's like, well, I'm including all of them, so I want that one too. But yeah, if you follow the gradient, it remains constant. I'm not printing anything else with this reel in between. It's only this project that I'm printing with this right now. Fun little game you can play while watching time lapses. Or even if you're watching a live print, by seeing the color of the print, you can kind of make a judgment of where I am in the reel. We're heading from blue into green, and then we'll hit yellow. We're getting pretty greeny. But yeah.
The roll of the 7 says still in toothpaste phase.
Yeah. It should transition pretty quick because we'll be laying down a lot of plastic on these bottom layers. Although I think we might be done the bottom layers now. I think we might be into the like 6 layers of infill that this print has. Wolf was probably right in that I probably should have re-sliced this part using its own settings, but
Family says hexagons.
The hexagons of David. But yeah, that's a little preview of a video that I'm working on. That's not the complete video, obviously. It's kind of rough cut of a video of what I had at the time of editing it. That's an open project file. It's not hexagons, it's cubes. It's all straight lines. It just, creates those patterns because it's cubes in a 3D space.
The Wolf of the Seven says better just to do straight lines.
Yeah, you can make lots of different shapes with straight lines. Honestly, it has hexagons in it. It's still all straight lines, but it has hexagons in it. Again, do I need to show you guys? It's all straight lines, but those straight lines come together to form, whoa, the hexagon. Hexagon.
Family says, but if they're hexagons. Family says they're in cubes.
There are somewhere in there. There's a cube in there
The
somewhere.
Wolf of the Seven says come together. Right now?
Over. Actually, I can see the cube. Can you? This is one corner. So the cube is on its corner. The cube is on its corner, and this is like the bottom corner of the cube. Now imagine this. The bottom corner is cut off, but imagine this extended downward. The cube is on the inside. If you were to extend that down, you'd see the one corner.
To make it more obvious.
Yeah, exactly. This part is too thin. There's like literally like 6 layers to work with to show you. But there is a cube in there. In the inner void space, there is a cube. That's why it's cubic. I know it looks like hexagons, but it's technically triangles, cubes, and hexagons.
The Wolf of the Seven says, but it's not a cube, it's a pyramid.
Yeah, looking at it. You know, you could fit. No, you could fit a cube in there. It's weird enough on its angle. It's like the diamond mode of cubes, right? Because fuck, now my head's all fucked up. I don't know. Just look at the pretty. You think about it, no.
The Seven says, but it has 3.6 sides.
Yeah, like right. I'm trying to now figure it out, and I look at the pretty pattern.
Family says so.
Look at the silly monkey.
Family says, are you sure it's cube?
It says it's cubic. I mean that's the infill that
Family
was
says it
selected.
looks like triangles and hexagons. The Wolf of the Seven says, oh, no, I get it. Just tilted on one corner.
That's what I'm saying. It's down on its corner. Yes. Okay. Oh, fuck. Fine. Hold on. I have a thing for this. I have a. Where's my prims? Hmm? Weird. Where are prims? The fuck? Alright. Prim cube, there we go. Let's take a look at this.
The Wolf of the Seven says, check in the Logan folder.
Infill 40% cubic. So same we got over there. It still doesn't feel right though. Shit, yeah, it is a cube. Look it, you can see like 4 sides of the cube right now. Like left, right, and then the top and the bottom. You can put a cube in there.
12 of the 7, says Lauren Phil to make them bigger.
That's cool. I can also change the color scheme. But yeah. You'd go down to 10, even nice big cube spaces. So there is a cube in there. Huh. Yeah, tilted cubes. It's triangles and hexagons, but the inner space is cubes. You can see it. This is this inner space. Oh yeah, let me bring it up a whole other layer. Just peeking into that inner space, we're looking at a cube in the inside. Looking through this hole here. There, you can kind of see it there. This wall, this wall, this wall, this bottom wall, these two back walls. Yeah, you can see it right there. It's a cube. Oh, now that I've seen the cube, I can't unsee the cube. That's cool.
Sammy says it's optical illusion.
Right? Yeah, now I can't unsee. Before I struggled to see a cube. Now I just see like cubes. Oh, that's cool. The thing is you can't see one cube all at once. I wonder if you could... I don't know if I could rotate this to be exactly correct. I don't think that's right. I think it's off on one. Yeah, it is. Look, that's lower. So this isn't going to work out like I had hoped. Sadly. I was hoping I could do like a... put it on that same angle and see the recurring... It's close-ish, but there's also a bit of rotation here that's a problem. And then it's not even, so I didn't rotate it enough originally.
Says right, Ross 3D.
Whoa. I see the cross. That's fun. Reminds me of egg crates. That almost looks alive. The one I think is kind of fun is what it's called. The gyroid looks cool, I think, is what I'm thinking about. Lightning's the tree branching one. But yeah, this one I don't use very often because it's not straight lines. It looks cool though. And like the holes that it creates are like little, look at those tunnels. And you can get them at multiple angles. Gyroid infill is just so cool. It's slow. I don't know if I have the newest version then. Do I have lightning? Oh, I do. Should look like lightning.
Says servers are still fairly fast to bridge. It's corners that are bad.
Yeah. So you could print this with almost nothing using lightning. Yeah. Lightning is like branch support. It literally makes the as little support as possible. But on infill. So it's not... Lightning is almost a bad... like calling it infill is almost a bad name. This we might as well refer to this as internal branch support. Because this is just internal support. This is not infill.
Just for top layer support.
Yeah, exactly. It's just top layer support. Alright, well, if I get too close to the edge of the screen, it goes to the other screen, and then that minimizes. That's why that keeps happening. It's because I have Synergy installed, and I'm using it. And I keep accidentally getting too close to the edge of the screen.
The Wolf of the 7 says try a higher infill percent with lightning.
Let's try ridiculously high infill percent with lightning. That! It's doing branch math. Wow. Wow. Okay. That's cool. Oh my goodness. That's... Wow. That's nuts. Look at that. That's wild looking. That's creepy looking.
The Wolf of the 7 says is this how they make cheesies?
But let's hope not. That's such a cool pattern though. I just want that. I just want that. I could chop out this section of G code and then run a script through it to just run it at a different Z height. And I could have that. That looks cool. I couldn't just plunk it. Oh, I could just plunk it into the bed. They just tell it to do 0 top layers. That's one way to do that. See if that would work.
Here it says what does the tool pad look like on it. The Wolf of the 7 says we just resize the cube to be 10% high.
Robot? Slicing? I'm just eyeballing this for test. I should probably just say top layers 0. Slash that.
The Wolf of the 7 says 0 top bottom layers.
Well, I guess I could take the bottom off too. That probably would make it better to look at if we took off the bottom layers. Bottom layers.
The Wolf of the 7 says 0 walls.
I need the walls. I don't need 3 walls. The walls is what holds it together. This would just, yeah, this wouldn't hold together without the walls. I don't think there's enough interconnection between the branches. It would completely
Sam
fall
says
apart.
make it big and using rainbow on it. 0 says keep the walls and then resin cast it.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And then you could just sand off the walls. After you pour resin in, sand the walls off. Like, take it to a belt sander and just get rid of the walls. Get it down to the clear resin.
Says termite path.
That'd be cool. Buff it all up
0
nice.
says can we preview tool path question
Yes,
mark /
how do we do, is there a way to do the whole... Ha! Oh my god. Yeah, it's got to do a lot of turning and little lines.
bar at the bottom.
Oh, like,
The Wolf of the 7 says just drag it.
Oh my goodness.
Sammy says only 49 minutes, so.
Yeah, right. That's
Says
wrong.
Descent needs to do walls before infill.
Here. Set the infill before walls, or what does that do? I think it always does
That
walls
looks
first.
like some maze solver.
Although no, it didn't do the walls before the infill, did it? What would that be under walls before infill? Quality, wouldn't it? Oh.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says asterisk maker.
Ah, here we are. Well, outer before inner walls. No, we want... We want walls before infill. Infill before walls. Alright, we want to turn that off.
You still streaming?
Yes.
Oh.
Oop. Oh, what? I didn't mean to move it. I didn't mean to move it. Yeah, I haven't gone a while. Let's check this out and then maybe.
Holy
That's
crap.
fast.
That's fine.
Does the outer walls good and fast. I mean, we have to do this, right? I mean, not right now, but in the future, we have to do this, right? I have some clear resin I could mix up and pour into this. I don't have a belt sander. I want to get one. Honestly, I really need a belt sander and a drill press. I know I've gotten away without them for now, but...
Just animating one line per time.
Well, hey, those are all individual, distinct lines.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says it's not simulating how long it will actually take.
I feel like this is pretty close. Only because it's going to be doing a lot of turning and... Not because it's meant to be accurate, but only because this is going to... I feel like this is going to take forever in real life and in this little demo. It's got a lot of little lines to draw. Wild. See where we are on the real print job instead of watching the simulated print
Sir
job.
Wolf of the Seven says like in the preview a 100mm line will take as long as the previous 1mm linear.
Yeah. So if you have a lot of long lines, the preview is not a very good indication of how long the print will take. I feel like with all these little short lines, we get a better kind of, maybe not the real time, but an idea that it's going to take a lot longer than a normal print would. Look how fast this one gets to zip around, drawing all those straight lines. This, not so much. It's going to be a lot slower.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says at least in Cura.
Every one of those is a new line. That's nuts. Printing this is... I was going to say, printing this would be insane. Printing this is going to be insane. We got to see how bad Cura's 49, like... We'll probably remake it, but we got to see... We got to compare what Cura says versus how long it really takes. Because Cura's wrong. Cura's 100% wrong. There's no way that I could print this in 49 minutes. This is like hours of printing. It isn't just this top layer. There are a lot of layers underneath this. Yeah, maybe we should do a cylinder so that we don't have these weird lines on, because you can still see the corners. Now we might want that for effect, but a cylinder might be cooler for not having that effect. They'll look a lot more. Fuck, do I have a cylinder prim? Close enough. I can hear the processor chugging away. Why do we have two of these? Oh, one of them is just G-code. We'll get rid of the just G-code one. Oh, definitely more organic. Oh, that's cool though. That's art. Again, this one says 6 hours and 30 minutes. This print would take days. Right? Okay, maybe, hold on. Where's the bottom? Okay, maybe not days. Lots of hours, though. I cut it to here. I think that's what I'm going to want to do is just make it a few layers tall. Doesn't need to be that tall. And like 6 layers we can get a good product. Yeah.
The Wolf of the Seven says the spies must flow.
That's cool.
The Wolf of the Seven says how to make weird looking posters.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. You could probably do some tricks with merging this G-code with other G-code and add like veins and bones and say it's a cross section of the human arm or something. That's wild looking. Yeah, for sure we're gonna do some funky print like that. Alright. Let's see where we are here. Chugging away. Chugging away. This print looks like it's gonna go really well though.
The Wolf of the
Exciting.
Seven says video compression doing weird things with that.
That makes sense. It is a weird pattern. What are they like? What are they called? Bechtel patterns and stuff? I imagine there's some Bechtel shit going on there.
The Wolf of the Seven says probably because it's red.
Probably. Well, I think that's where I'm going to call it today. We're going to let this print its way out. I'm going to keep recording the time lapse. But the stream and me, I think we're going to take off. Thanks for hanging out, though, and checking it out and watching and going through the wonderful world of 3D printing and spending ridiculous amounts of money on it with me. It's been fun. We should do it again sometime. I want a special thanks to all the supporters out there. About what now? This list also needs updating with some other patrons, but I'm also going to start. I have a new picture, a new updated. Thank you to all the supporters, patrons, subs, everybody giving me money for any reason. You rock.
Says I think it's a flamethrower.
I'll see you all later. Bye.